don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. The water we flow, all of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same at all. Oh, back, oh, oh, back, oh, oh, back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we're water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but oh, oh, back, oh, oh, back, oh, oh, back. Cause we're better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one.
why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye?
Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing stopping us now. Ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming. We got nothing nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, ain't nothing stopping us now. Keep running, we coming, we got nothing stopping us now.
don't have forever. Maybe I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me. But you've been holding back. Maybe you're just not ready. Baby, do you feel the same? Or do you feel the pressure? I promise I can take your pain and turn it into pleasure. Into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together. Better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one. Better together. Better as one.
the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try. But this
Movie working, I'm out of here. Murder the tune, it's a body here. Reviving the beat, then it's right back to sleeping. I use a technique that they got me here. Whoa. 10 feet ahead of you, catch me in something you'll never do. I turn around.
Goes down, and now Wall Street bets the go. Calls being made as they straight.
It's incredible. This how it feels at the
Enough
top.
amount of time to try and make it in. Now it's all down to the final two men up. Dope. They have all the players.
I give it. Look in my
Stuck
eyes.
in one singular spot, getting the rest of the Xenox. Like, this is the last fight.
I got a lot on the line. Fish with a different approach. Wanna spend time in the boat.
Oh, Glory Gaming, that'll be huge for elimination points, I think. Hey, what's up, everybody, and welcome here to the final day of Phase 2 here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Split. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, as it says right down there. I hope you guys are ready for a great show that we got for y'all. Of course, the show couldn't be done possible without Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. I hope you guys have been keeping up to date with everything that's going on, all of this new format that we got for this tournament. And the best way to do that, of course, is to make sure that you're following us on Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and make sure it's the North American Twitter. You see that right there? PUBG Mobile Esports NA. And of course, anytime you're chatting, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA. Also, take a photo. Take a nice little selfie while you're watching the show. Post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter, and if you use that hashtag, hopefully we'll have one of your guys' photo up here on the screen, and we'll talk about it. And we might just see that here coming up soon here today, because I know that you guys were doing it yesterday. That's what we like to see. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Let's get started with the desk. Let me introduce to you guys the Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. How y'all feeling?
I'm feeling really good, man. The end of Phase 2, like, I'm trying to figure out who's going to be playing in Livik later today, Glitter, how those bonus points are going to be coming into play, too. Right now, Nova's sitting pretty good. I'm just excited, Glitter. How are you feeling?
I am very ready to close out the second phase and kind of get an idea for what we can expect for the third and final phase of the entire season. And I think some of the storylines we've been following from the past couple days are going to really kind of explode today. It's the last opportunity for some of our squads that have been fighting tooth and nail the past few days to get some serious points.
That indeed. So much is on the line here for so many of these squads, and I'm excited to get into it today, Seven. As a matter of fact, we may just have a great interview to start things off, and I'm really excited for that, Seven. Quick question before we get that started, Seven. Today, which team do you feel needs it more than the rest of them?
Most Wanted.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a team that, I mean, if they're going to make changes, especially when they're currently sitting on that overall, not just for the Phase 2, for like Phase 1 and Phase 2 combined, that's a team that definitely needs to keep doing what they were doing yesterday, which we saw they were performing really, really good yesterday. They need to do that in some today.
Yeah, need to kick it into overdrive for sure. That's what I think them and quite a few other teams as well really need to do, because these bonus points are just so important. For those of you guys that don't know, that haven't been keeping up to date, if they're just tuning in for the first time, there's no more super weekends. We are not in a super weekend here. 3 phases, okay? And all of those combined, right, will give each team a chance at up to 20 bonus points. And that is absolutely huge right there. I think back to back, they started off the first week really tough here, Glitter, and they need some big points as well to kind of get that going. But you know what? You were talked about Most Wanted a little earlier, Seven, and it looks like we do have one of the players from Most Wanted. We're going to do an interview with them right now. Let's get that started. And here we go. We got Sleepless from Most Wanted. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, man. Doing good. So for those everybody who doesn't know who you are, you know, and your team, why don't you go ahead and explain to them a little bit?
We just play for fun, I guess.
Hey, there you go. Play for fun, dude. Well, you know, since you guys have been playing for fun, bro, right? How are you right now? Like, what do you feel like your team's performance so far here in the tournament?
Not doing too well, but we're just warming up still.
Gotcha. Okay, so since you said you're just warming up, like, what do you feel has been like the difference maker, right? What's going to be that one thing that y'all need to warm up the most going in here for the rest of the tournament?
Just being more aggressive and taking
That's
fights.
Probably been the biggest struggle, huh? A little bit too passive. All right, now you know what? Speaking of getting aggressive, okay, I'm gonna ask you this. And I want you to be real with me, bro. Okay, gotta be real with me here. I talked to Nate from APHELION Esports last time. I see you smiling there. I see you smiling. Okay, and I asked him which team pissed you off the most, and he said it was you guys, Most Wanted, and he said that y'all were easy points. Okay, what do you have to say about that? What do you have to say about that, bro?
We don't really care. Nothing really.
Gotcha. Are you guys gunning for them at all here in this tournament for the rest of this tournament, or what?
Nah, we don't care about them.
Nah. Gotcha. So what's your main goal? So I'm looking at the overall scoreboard here, right? And then according to my math here, you guys are 56 points away from the overall top 16. Okay, that's a good little chunk of change here. Like, you're talking about, you know, getting more aggressive. Is there anything else you need to feel like? What do you really feel about that? You know?
That's not too bad. We're about to go crazy third week, so I'm not worried.
Okay.
We'll make finals and then we'll make Americas.
Ooh, okay, all right. Well, that's the plan. All right. So far, you're not really too worried about these first two, but we're gonna all get it all done in 1 week, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Hopefully, you'll be able to do it. You got any final words for everybody out there watching?
No, I'm good.
All right, you heard it here first. He's good. Hopefully, we'll see if the rest of Most Wanted is good. Thank you so much, Sleepless, for chatting with us, man. I appreciate it. Homie.
Thank you.
All right.
Later.
Let's get it going here. Yo, hey, he's good, Seven. He's good.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm sorry in advance for the stuff that I'm about to say. That's the stuff that's about to come out of my mouth.
Oh, go ahead.
But come on, man. This is the PMPL North America. So many people wish that they could be in your spot for you to come in on the last day of phase 2 and say that you're still warming up. What are you thinking? What are you talking about, my man? Like, this is not just where only league play is going to matter. It's not the super weekend anymore. Like Hot Jukes was saying, every single day matters. Every single game matters. That mentality just blows my mind. I personally cannot think like that, and I hope a lot of the other players are thinking like that. Now, he did say he's going to make it to the finals. Well, just a little bit of a wake-up call for you. It's going to be that you guys are currently 56 points away from top 16. And guess what? On top of that, if you were to make it to the finals, let's say you make it in the 16th place, you barely make it in, you're still gonna have to worry about the bonus points. Oh my goodness, I usually don't get rattled up. With that kind of mentality, it just blows my mind. There's so many people I know out there that wish that they could be in this spot that would just cherish it and want to take so much advantage of it that it just pisses me off when people think like that.
Woo! You know what? Gonna have to agree with you there, Seven. Gonna have to agree. Seconded. Said everything that was on my mind. You know what? I think it's time for us to go into a great title contender video, and we'll be right back with you guys. Woo-hoo.
The title of North America's Best is up for grabs once again as we kick off the fall 2022 season. From overachievers to cursed chokers, the lobby is all ready to lock horns with one goal in mind: to win and advance towards the global stage. However, only one will get to call themselves the best of North America. Who among the lot will that be? Well, if you're unsure of picking a favorite, you can start with back-to-back, as they are the defending champions of the last 2 seasons. History is in the making as the back-to-back boys are contesting the NA title for the 3rd time in a row. There are no changes in the roster for the fall season, and Killswitch has been absolutely killing it for the team with his MVP performances throughout all stages. Although it's true that back-to-back's recent skirmishes in the America's Championship Spring 2022 and the PUBG Mobile World Invitational 2022 were subpar, their true fans know that back-to-back will always find their way back to the top. Knights, on the other hand, have let the title slip away from their hands too many times now, and it's high time they step it up when it matters the most: the finals. It's not like the team is suffering from any major setback, but constantly losing players early on in the most crucial matches always comes back to haunt them when the overall scoreboard is released. There's no question about their potential after their pure dominance in the league stage of PMPL North America Spring. It's insanely rare that we see a team averaging nearly 200 points per Super Weekend in a national level competition. But the addition of Spec from Boring Protocol might be enough to lift the curse. Spec is known to be an all-around performer and doesn't lose his calm no matter what's at stake. Furthermore, there's Coops on the roster, who's born ready to bring the wrath of 1,000 guns, leaving everybody with one question, and that is, will he land his 4th MVP title this fall? Last but not least, Nova NA is reckoning for another flawless season ahead with a new formation. Nova's consistency to finish in the top 3 across all stages puts them ahead of any other contender. Given the long format of PMPLs, it's not about how fast you run, it's about how long you can maintain that momentum. And in that, Nova has got back-to-back and Knights beat, who struggled in various stages of the past season. However, there are changes on the Nova roster that might change how the team behaves on the battlefield this season. With QZ, one of the star performers, leaving the squad, Nova Esports' weaknesses will be exposed for quite some time before the new recruits settle in. Every team has their own demons to overcome this season. Watch them lock horns with the best rising talents from the nation in the PMPL North America Fall 2022.
And we are back. Whew, so take a nice sip of that Monster Energy there. Cool it down after that one. You know, Glitter, we didn't get your thoughts here on that interview. So, Glitter, what do you think, huh?
I think that we need to do more interviews with more players so that they are better prepared to answer Jukes' hard-hitting questions.
Woo!
Okay? All right? I want more competitive fire, I want more passion, and I want the sass that Nate brought when we had him on here. Okay, a little bit of trash talk, but a little bit of also humility. They were recognizing their faults and what they wanted to work on. Give me that combo every time, because that's who we want to talk to.
I will say one thing, right? You know, we are looking, this tournament here, you know, getting the champion of North America is great and all. But I am looking for a squad that can represent us on the global stage. We've been waiting for it for so long. I got to play in the global stage years ago and failed. Every team since has failed, okay? We want one to succeed, and I'm gonna tell you right now, with an attitude like that, answers like that, that ain't gonna get it done. That ain't gonna get it done in the slightest. So come on, guys, get that fire. Where's that NA pride at? Hopefully we could see some of that here eventually. All right. Well, you know what, Sal? A lot to talk about there. Let's talk about some teams that do matter, right? Some squads that have been putting in some work, right? And of course, I'm talking about Nova, right? I'm talking about, Star Gaming. Star Gaming came up pretty hard here yesterday, Glitter, right?
And they have been wildly wild. I don't know. They're just consistent. That's how good they are. Okay. I mean, we watched them and we talked about it for a while. They had this unstoppable second place streak. And that type of consistency, the placement points and the elims that were going along with it. I mean, they had 7, they had 7, they had 8, they had 9. That is something that will always keep them in a top spot. Now, Nova, like you mentioned, Jukes, is they're in the stratosphere while everybody else is somewhere down here still. I mean, they have a huge lead right now over everyone that no one can really catch up to or has been able to. But that's partially also because yesterday, the people that were in the right positional place in the leaderboards to catch up didn't show up. We saw all of our squads at the bottom, like the Most Wanteds. They were the ones that got the points they needed. They really shot themselves at the leaderboard. We saw phenomenal performances out of Execute as well that put them in a much stronger spot. HITLIST stepped up a little bit, and those were all teams that needed to do that.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, speaking of that, I've got a great little graphic for you guys coming up right here. We can go ahead and roll that. And 7, the HITLIST, they had kind of dipped down quite a bit before, but they bounced right back up. And for everybody here watching, this is that format I was talking about here at the top of the show. There's no more super weekends, okay? 5 days, 20 teams. You see it right there. The top 12 today are going to be playing in that Livik match, and top 16 teams advance to the final 7.
Yeah, and this is the main reason why I was getting riled up at the whole we were just warming up thing, right? Because it's just this format does not allow for that to happen, especially with the bonus points. If we go to the finals, I mean, there is a chance in a way that Nova could start off the finals with 79 points. Like, that's an absurd amount of points. And if you're just thinking you're going to be able to make it in BS 16, oh, man, you're just going to be at a huge, huge disadvantage just going into the finals. Now, this is the point systems that we've been having for a long time. But as you can see, we do see a Livik point system. And that is because, ladies and gentlemen, today is Sunday. Happy Sunday to everybody. And at the end, we get a chance to play one match of Livik, 10 points there. And for the bonus points, after everything is said and done, phase 2 overall leaderboard, depending on where these teams are at, this is what I was talking about too, the bonus points. Whether you're in first place, 20 bonus points, or whether you're in, let's say, 20th, only 1 point, 17th, only 4 points. So you can see where the big gap is going to start happening for. And I mean, if you're just playing for fun, keep in mind that there is a prize pool, Glitter. There is a chance for you to get some sweet money in your pockets.
Yeah, and there's a lot of money on the line. In total, $150,000 is on the line. And you get paid out for your league stage placement as well as your finals placement. So I mean, there's an MVP. There's money all over the place up for grabs, and especially if we're specifically talking about a squad like Most Wanted. Today, specifically, they are in 13th coming into the day. So they're right outside that top 12 to get into Livik for those bonus points, which they need. And they are just barely inside the top 16 to get, which is where you would want to be overall for the finals, right? So they're in this bubble area in general. They want to get those bonus points for their placement. They want to get the bonus points from Livik because every little bit counts. We've seen too many times, Jukes, the one elim makes the difference.
One indeed. Let's take a look at the calendar and bring it up so you guys can see exactly how this whole thing is going to go down. We got today, and then we're off for an entire week as we got an update coming in that I'm super excited for. I hope you guys are as well. And then we're going to come back here on the 19th to get phase 3 on the road. And, one thing I gotta kind of like talk about this, one more thing is, yeah, like making it into top 16, let's say if that's your goal, okay, all right? I'll tell you one thing. There ain't gonna be 16 teams moving on from the finals, only a handful. And if you're starting at 16th with how many bonus points that you're gonna be getting, good luck. You'd have to do something absolutely absurd in the finals. And with all the squads that we've been seeing competing here today, it's not likely. But hey, you know what? I have been surprised before. Who knows? Maybe we'll be surprised now, but I doubt it. Let's take a look at the schedule we got here for today. We're starting off in the desert of Miramar, and look here at all the participating teams that we got playing, 7.
Yeah, and in this one, I mean, keep in mind, a lot of these teams want to be able to make it to that Livik match. They want to be able to get those extra points so they can move up on that overall for phase 2 and get even more bonus points too. And even thinking about it, I think those points do go, actually they do go to the overall between all the phases. So you want to be able to get all the points that you can. With this one here, I would like to see how back-to-back is going to come out. I would like to see what Most Wanted is going to be doing. Maybe they're done warming up or not.
All right, well, you know what? Let's get the first match on the road to Miramar. Let's take it away to our casters, Zute and Span Cargo.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. We are here for the first match of Sunday, and today is a special day because we're going to have more than 5 matches. We're going to have a total of 6. Today is Livik Day. Sunday is for the people that make it into the top 12 that will get to play in the Livik match. But first, we still got 5 more games right here. The first one being played right now, Span, to determine who is in that top 12.
Oh boy, I'm really excited today because there's a lot of teams that I feel like shouldn't be below that 12th place spot as of right now for this week. So they only have 5 more games to get back up, and if they haven't so far this entire week, I mean, it's cutting it really close at this point.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not just, the bonus points from Livik. You heard Seven say it earlier. These bonus points apply to this week's determination of how much bonus points you get. But it also applies to the overall, which will come in, the 4th round of bonus points after the 3 weeks are played. And now that, we're nearing the end of the 2nd week, and we're seeing these bonus points get divvied out a little more and more, it's becoming even more apparent just how much the consistency factor is being rewarded in this new format. Like I'm noticing, namely Knights and Nova, right? They are still both way up there from week 1 and week 2. And if they're good in week 1 and week 2, chances are they're going to be good at the end of week 3 for the overall. So it's just like consistent teams, strong teams are going to start off the finals with a huge point lead. And the most important thing yet for the huge point lead you start off in the finals is that it will help you qualify into the next stage. It's not just you getting a good start in the finals and finishing high in the finals. It lets you play in the next stage of the PMPL, because if you don't make it there, you're done. You're done for the year, right? So it is extremely crucial that these bonus points are being accumulated. So right now, speaking about right now, we have APHELION Esports and Most Wanted. Most Wanted, they really showed signs of life. Yesterday, we had Sleepless just now on the interview. I heard he was just trying to warm up. Well, here's a good warm-up for him, a 1v3. Let's see if he's ready.
Ooh. Oh, it looks like he will be able to get down 1, but he's so low HP, there's no way he's going to be getting another one. Tries to escape, but he's shot out of the air in that one. So he goes down instantly. Zuki goes for the flush as well. APHELION should be getting that res onto Trick, and it looks like they've already gathered themselves a point. It's actually interesting. This zone pulled all the way down to the southeastern side, and 2 teams tried playing inside of Los Leones, and APHELION's not taking kindly to it. The rest of Most Wanted, a little bit far away.
Yeah, APHELION usually loots Cruz de Valle, or Cruz de Valle, and with the plane path being so south, I think they were like, yeah, we're not even gonna try go all the way up there. So they took Los Leones, which kind of caught Most Wanted off guard, and I could hear it already in my ear from Seven. How's that for a warm up, right? I'm just kidding. I can't hear Seven, but I can imagine he's got some words for that right there. Most Wanted will start off the match with only 3 players. APHELION Esports. This team, maybe they'll pop off today. I just want to see them working at like maybe 50%. I think they are at actually like 50% of last week's performance. I want to see them more to like 70% of how well they did last week. And it's not just, them getting, quote unquote, a bit lucky.
Yeah, they are at 50% right now, 11th overall, if I'm not mistaken, for this week only. So they're right on that cutoff, though, Zute. Like, it's a little bit scary for them right there. Like, they're just away from hitting that 12th spot. Oh, here we go. We get to see that replay. He was so close to escaping, too, actually, out of that, but spotting him right out of the window right on time. And actually, this is going back to something that you said a while ago now, but you mentioned how it's definitely a consistency game at this point, and that Nova and Knights are benefiting from that. There's like one other team that I feel like I need to add to that list, like verbally say it now. And I feel like that's Star Gaming actually. Yeah, so I need to add them to that list before we totally finish that conversation, because I think that they belong up there with those two as well, because they've been doing so well in terms of gathering points. And it's like, we already kind of commented on it yesterday. It's like somehow they're like sneaking under our noses, kind of achieving that.
It's just the most consistent of performances, right? Nova's consistent, Knight's consistent, but most of their or not most of their points, they have those like huge pop-off games, right? That draws attention of all the eyeballs, and then they do like maybe a little bit worse. Whereas Star Gaming, it's not a huge pop-off game. They're just constantly just near the top, and I feel like that's more difficult to do because you need to do that almost every game in the row. And that is what we've seen. We saw yesterday, Star Gaming, we had a points chart up there. It was like, what, 21 points in their most recent one, and then 19, and then 18, and then 20, and then it's just like constant, like 20-point performances, which is wild. As 19 Esports, they pick up their first point onto the Four Bros team.
As we can see, 19 Esports, they're at this compound right here. All of them are. Only one member of Four Bros was there. The rest of them are in Chuma. So I guess one member of Four Bros was maybe, like significantly far away. That's why I had to point it out.
Yeah, I see
maybe
that now.
he was leaving early, like he was comfortable with his loot and was trying to grab that compound for the rest of his team. But 19 Esports were already there.
Yeah, he pulled a Nova. That's what he did. He was like, you know what, I'll scout out by myself, 1,000 meters plus away from the team. You know, no biggie, but he does get caught out. Hopefully Nova doesn't make any of those kind of mistakes today. And as I say that, I see Nova coy like 1,000 meters away from his teammate, but he's fine, right? Like he's like dead center circle almost. He's at that giant mountaintop east of Los Leones, pretty much, and he got there first by himself. And it's just, you know what? Nova knows what they're doing. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but 90% of the time when they do these huge split rotations on Miramar, they know what they're doing. So I'll let them be, right? As for other teams, you learn as you go, I guess. Like Four Bros, you know, trying to do something similar, get a forward positioning, didn't work out. I'd say just condense it down. You guys could, like teams could try and practice those like more riskier methods of rotating and splits, like in scrims or something, because we're so far into the PMPL that at this point you can't afford to, you know, make mistakes by trying to do something you see other teams do successfully. That's it's a little bit too late for that. Just stick with what you know and try and make the best of it, in my opinion.
I mean, I remember being a victim of those thoughts, right? Like when things aren't working out and you're like, okay, we have to do something different. But then if you change like your entire strategy, like even when it comes down to like to your comfortability of like rotations and usual places that you stay in certain circles, like there's just a higher chance that it's not going to work out. So maybe you can be more aggressive, but otherwise I feel like the main base of how these teams work together or practice, like they have to stick to it.
Yeah, definitely agree. Dope Esports here, rotating in from the southern side, very far away from everyone else. Taking a look at a couple of teams. Everyone's just now rotating in, or they're pretty much already center circle. Ace of Spades, a team that's been doing pretty decent, some good performances here and there. I feel like they're on the cusp of just breaking it to a new like tier level for themselves of performance, right? We see them having everything's done so well, so correctly, but they are yet to just kind of pop off, right? I feel like it's about to happen. Hopefully they can make it work and just really pop off today. Otherwise, I feel like they're gonna like go down a little bit in their performance level.
Yeah, they haven't been doing as well this week as they have last week, so I want to keep an eye on them because I think we were talking about this yesterday. For some reason, they remind me of kind of the opposite of the Panthers, and I find that interesting, right? Like they're really good at those rotations, and they don't like aggressively just launch themselves in a fight. But if they do get in a fight, they succeed at it. So that's why I'm interested in seeing how they're going to perform a little bit better. The zone does pull down to the southern side, so teams like the Panthers, they're going to be happy about this one. A couple of teams this actually pulled towards, like Star Gaming and Dope, are definitely going to be happy about this as well. Otherwise, we can still see some people inside of the blue making these rotations far to the northern side. They're going to have to be a little bit careful because, as you can see, Opa is actually being followed right now by Faker.
Yeah. Ooh. Dang, what a shot from Crystal Pig. Like, way further down range. That was... He popped off like 6 bullets.
I didn't even know where he was. Like, I didn't even see him.
Yeah, it was like just a quick small burst, like audio cue-wise, and then he's knocked out. Those were some insanely accurate shots. Wow, okay, well, HQ8 picking up a point there. Nova also picked up a point in that elimination feed. I do believe they picked it up onto a THIRDEYE player. And I'm noticing a lot of teams that were positioned the previous circle, they're not changing their position really. They're going to keep staying where they were. And I think they're hoping or betting on the fact that the circle will shift back up north. And a lot of people not going further south off that southern rotation. It seems like a lot of teams feel like the circle will pick up more north away from the water on the third circle hard shift.
Yeah, I feel like on this, maybe I'd be more inclined to stay around the Los Leones area, but I'd still... I feel like I'd want to be right beside it. Right beside Los Leones for it, because it still could go down to the southern side, and once it shifts that way, there's really only a couple of compounds, like far to the south, that are actually worth it and good. And actually, speaking of good compounds, this is one that's absolutely insane. It looks like Dope got there first, but KBL might be fighting for it soon. They're on the opposite side of this little ridge from each other, so no fight is going to be happening just yet. But you can see Quan popping out that nade. Like, they want to start a fight here.
And Dope actually has split up. One player way further south, trying to get a cheeky angle onto the team. Now, usually this is good and it works out really well, but with so many different ridge lines, that player might be a little bit far separated. I actually see Acer going down south to take care of him, but Illusion will pop up first. A quick trade comes out. Will the Molly knock down Joey? He's down to 1 HP. Oh, Joey will stay alive, meaning he will also get the revive and heal up. That 1 tick of HP difference might have just saved them this fight, but Dope, they're still letting on the pressure. Quan, he's got a nade in hand, tosses it out, doesn't connect, flies a little bit too far to the side.
Oh man, but he's still gonna go for it. He's at least trying to single out one of them, you can tell. Obviously, now he's running far down to the southern side. I don't think he wants to entirely take that while his teammate is kind of getting helped back up. And those nades definitely going to go far. Looks like Acer get the knock on a Casper. Casper, I believe, was the one that was far down to the southern side, no? So it looks like that angle has now disappeared, and Dope inside their vehicles. Flash is now here. I guess maybe that was just a big rotation to try and help out a little bit more, as this is going to continue on these ridges that, as you can see, are so dangerous. Sam actually falling from where his previous position was. Joey also picking it up, getting yet another knock. Dope only has 2 people left, and Flash is actually in his Bucky driving away from here, while his other teammate is left here prone to fend for himself. Tries to get at least 1 knock, and that's successful, but the trade comes through. Dope, they ended up just entirely taking 1v1s on that.
Yeah, that fight was won by the side of KBL off that 1 tick of HP by Joey, because if Joey went down to that Molotov, the whole entire fight would have been a different story, I feel like. But we got more fights coming in. APHELION Esports Angry, or not APHELION, sorry, Ace of Spades against Angry Amateurs off in the east side in the blue zone. So not just pressuring each other, but also with the blue zone involved, might get very dangerous for these two teams. Ace of Spades, one of them gets knocked, but will continue to pick up the revive. Angry Amateurs with only 3 players here, though.
Yeah, as you can see, a couple of these members are pretty low HP as well, so they're going to have to be careful while they're fighting to continue to heal themselves back up. Like, oh, right as I say that, looks like another member of Ace actually goes down here. There's a lot of action actually happening in the elimination feed. I'm not quite sure what happened in that situation, but Ace actually being aggressive, pushing out onto Angry Amateurs is going to get yet another knock, and the flush comes through. I believe he might be... Yep, there's only a 2v2 left now. And as you can see, Mumbai is trying to heal on up as Versa actually goes down. So now is it down to a 1? Nope, there's still 2v2.
Oh, I thought he had the... Oh, okay. launch a lay to the top, and the splash damage will get the knock there. 2v1 now. Skirt. Oh, he just finished a heal, but popping through the window, Mambe will take down Angry Amateurs. So yeah, fighting in from the outsides of the circle, kind of similar to the Panthers style. They do lose one player though, about 4 points. Not too bad of a trade. The circle has shifted, by the way. It did pull away from the water, but it's still more so towards the southern side and didn't shift too hard up to the north.
Yeah, so now a lot more people might be considering making those rotations down to the southern side. So you can see HQA, they did have such a great spot, like if it went north or south up on top of this hill here on Los Leones. And now they should be making rotation downwards, I'd say. Probably want to stay there for a little bit longer to gain some sort of information. You can even see Crystal Pig is pretty far away from the rest of his team. Kind of keeping an ear on, at least, onto what APHELION is doing right across the street from them. But yeah, there's like barely anybody down to the southern side. You can see that the one member of Dope Flash trying to stay alive for his team, and KBL, yeah, I was gonna say, like, slowly just surrounding that spot. He's out of there. They were really the only southern team down there, and the zone goes to them. They have such good compounds to actually choose from, one right there by that road and just up to the northern side. Like, I would want to be KBL in this situation. Everybody else, this is going to be a little bit rough.
Star Gaming is in an absolutely fantastic position if they can hold it off from TC, though, and they don't. TC gets the opening, and that's bad for TC and Star Gaming, honestly, because if there's fighting going on here at this compound as people are rotating closer to check it out, they're going to hear those gunshots, and they're going to try and get that third party. So these two teams got to finish it quick. The Chosen only with 2 members, though, so I think they're going to end up sharing this compound, which not too terrible for either team, so you could kind of share it comfortably. And it does almost help them out in the sense of they don't have to worry about one side, right? Because they could use the other team to hold off one side, and they could have a full team focusing on the eastern side. Speaking about focusing, we have 19 Esports focusing on the hit list as JatG providing cover way far back at a different angle.
Ooh, yeah, baby. He just barely got out of there alive, I gotta say. 19 Esports. I believe they were obviously here first, and the hit list decided to crash onto that compound a little bit more to the northeastern side here. And neither of these guys are actually inside of this zone. I mean, it's definitely a launching point to get into the next one, but now they can't even do that. They have to focus on each other first before focusing on that. And unfortunately for Star Gaming, they didn't make the push onto the Chosen, but now Nova, they want this spot because this compound is in the center, and if you have control of this, it is very strong. So Nova getting a little bit closer to kind of mess with them, I'm not surprised. However, being down below in this bowl, this wide bowl, like, that's a lot of people can see that and do damage.
I've seen this circle happen a few times. I personally have not, since I stopped playing competitive for a long time. I haven't gotten a chance to play in this area too often, unlike maybe Nova. I think that's like a dip that they know, even though there's sightlines in them, they're safe. Speaking about safe, though, Knights trying to third-party the hit list outside of the zone. I'm not sure what's going on here, because there's also THIRDEYE coming in from behind the Knights. The Knights just questionable play. Definitely questionable now that they're just down to Coops. It always seems like it's just Coops up. Maybe he could do something for the Knights, though, but, I mean, they're not in zone. He's got a full team behind him and 2 full teams in front of him. Yeah, the Knights bit a little bit more than they can chew.
This is definitely why I was like, hopefully people make a rotation to the south, because once everybody's around that Los Leones area, I mean, they're all obviously want to be making the quickest rotation into the zone, and it just creates things like this, though. It looks like because of that, the fight has officially launched off, though. The hit list being surprisingly aggressive on that is going to push forward. Doesn't see Coops, but right on into THIRDEYE. There we go. Ooh, JatG has to back up on that because Arch is even down pretty low, and THIRDEYE realizes the position that they have. Unfortunately makes that push. It does not work out at the beginning, but Gunta does get 2 of those down. Coops finally spotted out. The Knights are now out, and the hit list, I don't know. I don't think that they're going to be able to kind of bring it back, or at least win against 19 Esports now. I think that there's only one of them left.
Yeah, I think the hit list pushed it back out aggressively, thinking it was the last player of the Knights. Little did they know there was a full 4-man team of THIRDEYE right behind, but they pick up some eliminations at least there. down to just one player. New circle shifts out right onto Nova, so maybe Nova picking that bull because they have circle prediction magic. Either way, though, I think Nova Nova's still up with 4 players, so I think that bull, like you mentioned, there are some scary sightlines, but I think they've played in that area enough to know that even though they're surrounded and there's a lot of sightlines in, there's going to be enough chaos around the outer edges that a team can't fully focus them, and they can literally kind of get the center almost for free without needing the hard cover of the compounds that's more often contested.
Yeah, the most that could happen is a lot of people tossing some utility in there. Otherwise, like this, they have the kind of cover of the mountain up to the northern side and the road to their south. Because even if like the Panthers got to the right below them on the road, like you know, like Star would be taking some shots at them. So they kind of have protection of those people around them. But otherwise, like right when the zone closes enough and they're not going to be on the high ground, that's when I think it's going to be a little bit more of a harsh situation.
Yeah,
right now they're good. So, yeah,
I was just gonna say that I think that it just comes down to map knowledge, right? Nova, that position when they decide to take it is like they're guaranteeing themselves maybe a top 3, top 5 at worst, and they're not playing for the win, right? Because from that position, eventually, if another team controls enough of an edge and gets advantage over you, you're done for. But that will lead to you being like the last 3 teams alive. So Nova, I feel like that plays into their strategy and their consistency. Gajia right now, last alive, zone's closing, everybody's circling in on this area, and just like we said, Nova's just sitting quiet, dead in the center.
Ooh, okay. And KBL, they did have such a power position this previous zone over there on the western side, but fortunately, the hard shifted away. So where else do they go? Right into the compound that TC and Star have, but TC is just under one person, so Gaji is just hiding it out for right now, and 19 Esports, they're making their rotation. So it looks like KBL might have a couple of sightlines onto fights happening that they could potentially take advantage of. Floor Bros, though, they're doing a pretty good job against 19 Esports. Except it does look like KBL will finish it off.
19 Esports taken out. I think it was KBL that picked up majority of those points too. 4 Bros got the knock with the vehicle explosion, but KBL had the sightlines to finish it off. Gotcha. I mean, KBL needs to be a little bit careful, be a little bit aware. Gotcha's right behind them. He might third party this at a perfect timing where KBL takes the fight with Star Gaming. And it looks like with the new circle coming out, they will indeed take this fight. Nova's got to be a little bit careful. Teams might kind of, you know, pressure them in and then full send them as the nades coming out for KBL. Knocks one of Star, but I think there was a trade. The revive's already coming through for KBL, however.
Oh, here you go, more utility. I mean, at this point, there's so many little tiny buildings right here and crates that it's hard to make a full-on push. It does look like they will continue to kind of spot each other out, though. KBL getting yet another knock. I believe that means that there's only one left for Star, and KBL knows that they have the advantage. They're pushing, trying to find this last person, and Brian, I think he also knows, trying to escape the skin of his teeth. I don't know where he thinks he's going, though. No, I feel like that's short-lived.
Star Hwayuya's still here, though. He healed up to 80%, and this guy, he is a fragger. He's in that top 3, second only behind Kindless. This guy could cause a lot of trouble, even as a solo for KBL. Acer's down. No. Sam is finished. Another Brian from the support line angle where they thought he ran away comes in. KBL's down to 1 all of a sudden, and just like that, KBL might be out. Quan is getting the revive onto Acer. Hwayuya, though, he's going a little bit more aggressive. He's looking for the last player, moving back and forth. They do get the revive onto 1. Joey still needs to be picked back up, though. And Hwayuya is trying to make a play here. He falls back into the support line angles, probably of his teammate. But there's so many teams coming up over the ridge lines. He's got to be careful here.
I like how Joey, even though he was down, he was definitely giving his team the information of where he was. But now since he's running around, I don't think they know exactly where he ended up going. KBL slowly getting these rests, though. Like, they still need to pick up Joey. But for now, I mean, I feel like Acer's in the open here. Yep, okay. Taking a little bit of damage, but doesn't quite get the knock. He knows that the res is happening. I like how he's running around, being evasive whenever he can, but he also is applying the pressure to make sure that they can't really be effective otherwise. But the res comes through, and now the pushing.
That's just watching how you play this 1v3 situation here. Absolutely insane. This guy is just running circles around the 3-man team of KBL and putting in so much pressure. And he gets third party by the 4 Bros team. That's gonna stop Hayuya's shenanigan. But okay, now I see firsthand why he's a top fragger, why he's second only behind Kindness this week. This guy is just awareness and just like mastery of everything right there in that situation. Really goes to show this guy's got something not to be reckoned with. But the game still continues on, and Nova Esports is still with 4, the only team now with 4 players. I was saying they were guaranteeing a top 3 position, not necessarily the win. I feel like the circle shifted just perfectly in a way where now they can control the entire side of the circle without being closed in. So, I mean, for anyone watching that wants to play competitive or is competitive, if there's a zone down here that's, you know, like this position that Nova's in might not look like a good one, but it could just turn out to be a power position in of itself.
Well, usually I feel like if the compound above is definitely like held down, then I'd be scared about the bull. But there's so many teams contesting for that Nova definitely happy. They also there was a couple of teams over towards their eastern side that while they're in the bull just made sure that they weren't going to come over and look at them. So now they're on the edge. Now they don't have to worry about anybody behind them, and they can just go and use that ridge the way that they want to play the rest of the game. So definitely now it is so useful.
They are getting a little bit picked apart, though, as one of their players knocked. Somewhat of a difficult revive, but knowing Nova, they'll always manage to somehow to pick up their players, no matter what the situation is. 4 Bros, he just needs to peek over the ridge a little bit more, but see how much flat ground he has to stand on to do that deep peek in. I think that's why they were so safe from the compounds. Players can't afford to go that wide in the open to peek down at such a steep angle. Nova will get the revive. 4 Bros now trying to make a play a little bit too late, though, and 4 members of Nova fire right back. HQA getting a member up, back up to 3. KBO still alive. It's Acer and Joey, the dynamic duo here. Seems like these two might put in some more work for KBL before it's over. And Gotcha, by the way, for TC has been snaking it in this whole entire time. Oh,
I was about to point that out. Oh, no.
He's eliminated.
Oh, no. I was about to point that out, too. But, yeah, he's finally out of there. But still, that was a 5th place position from his team. I don't even remember when he became the last member up for the Chosen. So, still getting up there. And it does look like Star Gaming is trying to do the same now with only Brian left alive. Somehow wasn't spotted out by Nova Esports so far. Their entire focus is just those inside of the compound, mostly being HQA. Yeah, there you go. We can see his perspective on what Nova is doing. If they were just peeked over that little tiny ridge, like, he'd be completely out in the open for him.
Yeah, this is he's got an opportunity here. If 1 or 2 of Nova goes down, he could pop up, take down the 3rd. But the question is, will Nova go down? There is a 3-man of HQA and 1 of KBL. Oh, this nade might be huge here. And oh, he throws it, but they don't know where he is. He gets a chance to throw another one. He's going for that knock, and Nova's going to back off just a little bit here.
Ooh, that one doesn't quite hit, though, and now he is fresh out of nades or any utility to kind of do more damage. So now they have to just resort to seeing if they can spot him out. Meanwhile, if they realize exactly where he is, we can even see that Ren here has at least 1 nade left. So that's something to be a little bit worried about, as Kindness finally spots out that last member of Star Gaming. I mean, he finally just turned around probably as the blue zone was pushing. Yeah. This zone is actually really small for how many people are still alive in this.
Yeah, it's all the ridges and the hard compound or the hard cover and the bushes too. You can't forget about the bushes. Oh, Joey. Will Nova be able to spot this one out? I don't. Oh.
No way.
Gotta be quiet here, Joey. Gotta be extremely quiet. I don't think they're gonna spot him out. Nova probably thinks this is a 4v4. Oh, he didn't see him. Oh my gosh. Wait, where is the circle? Is it gonna force HQA to push into Nova? Like,
I can't even
what's gonna happen here? Joey's gonna knock like 1 or 2, maybe, and then help HQA win, or who knows? Maybe Joey might make this into a 1v1 at the end, or Nova might just wipe everyone. I have no clue what's gonna happen, but HQA is going to take the first casualty as they have to pick in or push in. 2v4 for the HQA side. Doesn't look like HQA can even get one. They're getting swarmed. Joey's waiting for HQA to do something to knock at least one, but Nova's going to stay 4 up. And now Joey's left in a 1v4. This nade could get one, but they're swarming him from both sides. And yeah, oh man. Joey was just praying. Okay, you got 3 members. Knock at least one of Nova. Give me just one. Joey's begging for just one, but HQA, I mean, they got destroyed. Nova not getting a single player knocked in that last zone, and that rotation, right? They rotated into that bowl for a reason, and I think why. I think we see now why exactly they rotated into that bowl rather than, you know, any other compound or any edge position to control the circle. That bowl played crucially into the success of that game.
Yeah, I gotta say, usually I feel like whenever I see teams go in there, it's because that's their last-ditch effort. And usually it doesn't go into anything significant, but I guess you just have to know how to play it, and Nova clearly do.
Yeah, so we'll be right back with the highlights, and we'll see what the analyst desk has to say about that Nova win.
Nova Esports NA get the first dub here of the final day of Phase 2. What can I say? Color me shocked. Color me shocked. That's how you get it done right there. Hope you guys are, of course, keeping up with the conversation. And every time you do, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL NA. I cannot stress that enough. The more talk that we get, hey, the more the big dogs see it, more stuff, good stuff we get. By the way, take a selfie. Yeah, take a selfie real quick. You know, show us how you guys are watching the show. Tag us. Use that hashtag PMPLNA. Easy retweet.
Do we need a new post? Do we need a new post from since yesterday we did a post?
Did we? Let's take a look. Let's take a look to see if we do have somebody that did use that hashtag just right. And it looks like we did. Hey!
Oh,
look at this. The Jefe. Who needs shawarma? Look at that. Doing the glitter pose, too.
Dang. Hashtag PMPLNA, hashtag glitter is back. Okay, okay.
All right.
I like that. Yo, I like that tweet, by the way.
That's how you
I
do
like
it.
that tweet. Let's go, baby.
I'm feeling it.
Let's
I'm feeling
go. It's always good to see the... Go ahead.
I was going to say, for all the sixless viewers currently watching that viewer party, use the hashtag. Show us how you're watching the stream. I see you guys.
There you go. There you go. Hey, spread the love. Show us who, you know, where you're watching it, who you're watching it with, all that good stuff. Hey, more eyes, the better. All right, so let's talk about that first game. Nova finishing it up towards the end. My hero, Joey, hiding in the bush. I was hoping he was going to pull that trigger just a little bit sooner. Just a little bit sooner. But hey, you know what? Just like we saw the other day, Joey is smart enough to understand, hey, you know what? Right now, Nova is my team, right? Let them take out the enemies. Let me get guaranteed second place. We saw it, right? With Most Wanted. Got a little too trigger happy. Yeah, just like that. Got taken out early, right, Seven?
God.
Timing.
I love you. I love you as a host. I swear. Yes. I'm so happy you brought that back. That's the perfect example right there. Like, he pretty much guaranteed himself a second place, and he also guaranteed himself a chance to possibly get some eliminations. By the way, I have a question for you guys. And the reason why I was mentioning sixless viewers is because I got a chance to stop by the viewer party. I was asked a great question. Who would you want to represent NA at this moment? Who would you want to represent NA?
It's got to be Nova, right?
No.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
I mean,
look at that. Look at the points.
It's the strongest squad. They're right now out of. I mean, we heard the interview with Shifan, right? Compared to all the other interviews, prepared, ready to go, and he's not even playing right now. He's on the bench doing that work on the off time, and he even said himself, the second that they were done, straight to work, no off season for this squad, and that is how you get it done right here.
Yeah, 24 points. I mean, to be fair, though, Korean barbecue lovers had and I mean, obviously because of what we saw Joey being able to do there to secure that second place. But the 10 eliminations, I think that's
huge.
Massive Glitter.
This is the performance that they needed yesterday, right? I'm glad that they're getting in and now. Great way to start off the day, too. This could hopefully give them some really solid momentum. I mean, obviously, HQA up there as well. We saw how Nova kind of was able to push through them at the end, but some massive placement points for HQA to keep themselves in a solid spot. Star, once again, with the consistency. Not as many elims as we've seen them get historically, but still solid placement points and keeping themselves up in that double-digit area. And then it's back down to those squads that have needed to really pick it up at the last portion of this phase. The Chosen is here, Four Bros is here, HITLIST is here, even APHELION is here, and they are just really starting to solidify. Now, HITLIST is obviously in a much better position than when they slowed down a little bit, but this is where there's lots of goose eggs on this second page, Seven, because a lot of the points were on the first page.
Yeah, you know, Panthers being able to get 5 points, that kind of makes me happy. I really want to see that squad start performing a little bit better. I mean, Chico at one point got MVP for a day, so I want to see him do even better too. Knights ended up with the goose egg there with the big old donut. Most wanted. Not sure if they're still using today as a warm-up when the warm-up stops, but they ended up with the goose egg as well. Interesting to see when they'll actually start. And it's crazy, right? Let me just expand on this. All right, let me just expand a little bit more on this.
Go ahead, bro.
Like, let's say we are at a LAN event. Usually LAN events are 3 to 4 days max, right? If we're going, and you said this perfect too, Glitter, when we were talking in the back. Like, if we're going based on those numbers, like, they wouldn't even wake up from their bed. They would still be warm up by the time the tournament ends by that mentality, all right? And I want to make this a little bit more broad too. I don't want to just go and most wanted. The reason why we're mentioning it is because we got a chance to interview Sleepless. By the way, thank you so much for doing the interview with us.
Yes.
But this is just for NA in general. I feel like this is what hinders NA so much. And we've been doing NA. I personally been doing NA Esports PUBG Mobile for so long that I want them to perform so well. But that mentality just, it kills me inside, man.
Yeah. Let's think of, okay, yeah, you know, you hate to see that right there. You know what? That on top of, you know, pointing fingers and just putting blame in the wrong place, you know, because we've seen it when a team just struggles or have any kind of issues. Once that, you know, the team's done with that tournament, instantly, hey, let's drop these players. Let's get some new ones. It's their fault. If we had better players, we'd be able to do it. Yeah, myself, you know. And the problem is that when you see a squad that have problems, they put in the work. They realize that, hey, if this person's dedicated enough, they'll fix their issues. They'll put in that time, and then we can still work together. But every single time you're just out here doing roster swap after roster swap, you'll never get the time to actually put in that work. And you got to realize, you're not just going up against here in North America. In the future stages, you're going against teams that have been together as a full squad for years and have been putting in
for 7
tons of work, you know? So you not only have to, you have to have something special, and outworking them at this point is almost impossible. You have to put in so much work. And so far, I mean, there's only a couple of people I think we could actually see here in NA that have that mentality here, Glitter. What do you think?
I think that we are now beating a dead horse. I think we got to get off of it. We got to keep going to the next game. Okay, that's what I think, because I'm ready to see the uptick in the performance.
Well, let's see if we get that uptick right now. Let's get on over to the next game and send it over to our casters.
So, Nova Esports. We heard the question asked earlier. As of this moment right now, which team would you want to represent NA? I would have to go with Nova as well. Before this tournament started, I would pick the Knights, just because we've seen, you know, their previous explosive performances. But now, I think instead of explosive performances, with this new format, it's about the consistency. And Nova is definitely a way more consistent team than the Knights. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm actually surprised. I was expecting you to say Knights again or something, but I mean, for me at least, I usually always went with the more consistent teams, but the previous format just didn't really allow for that,
Yeah.
right? So now that it is back to consistency when it comes to teams, like obviously I feel like the teams in the past that have been so consistent are going to start actually succeeding and winning these events. So based off of that, I agree. I think it is going to be Nova as well. Because previously, I mean, we could see like Knights, Exit, like all of them just like put out like stellar performances when they needed it, and then they were able to take it away. But just because of the format change, yeah, I have to agree Nova.
Man, imagine Nova NA going against Nova China. I mean, it's still quite a bit away, like ways away. I'm not even sure what the ruling is on having two teams of the same org, et cetera, et cetera. That's all, that's way further down the line. But Nova, just as an organization, I touched on it yesterday, their infrastructure, their mentality, their approach to the game, just on another level. Like the Nova China team has 3 full-time coaches. They brought on 2 more coaches to prep for PMGC, and 3 full-time coaches. I don't even know what each coach is tasked with doing, but it's just like the infrastructure is there. Nova NA, they definitely have at least one coach. Since the beginning of their inception, they've always had one coach. Maybe they brought on like a second, what's the word I'm looking for? A co-coach, a
coach assistant.
Yeah, assistant coach. There we go, an assistant coach. Like either way, man. And like Shifan, he's watching all of these games. He's not playing in it, and that's another little plus for Nova, right? Shifan gets to see the overall map constantly as the game progresses, and he could be able to deduce certain things that the players themselves playing can't. Even when Nova wins a game, they only see things from their perspective within the game, but you have Shifan on the outside watching the entire thing from like back to forth. So it's just like it was about time that Nova starts really cementing the best team in NA title, right? Because like it's been a long ways coming. We've seen them struggle and falter heavily in previous splits, and since like they've became a team in the NA scene, they've always been putting the same amount of work. It's not like they changed how much work they put in, and it's just finally starting to pay off, which is great to see.
I'm excited now to see the conclusion of this event, honestly. Like, I'm excited to see how the rest of today's going to go next week and then finals. Because even though this format definitely goes on ahead and helps out those teams that are more consistent, so far, I'm still wondering if there is something explosive that could happen that would still rattle things up. Like, I'm just not even sure. So that's why I'm really looking forward to it, just to see the conclusion of this.
Yeah, it can happen. It can definitely happen. I alluded to this previous stream or a previous day, Nova China, and I know I compare Nova NA and Nova China a lot, but they're currently in similar like positions in their own irrespective tournaments, right? As far as Nova China goes, they also went into their grand finals with a huge bonus point lead, but they ended up losing. Right? They ended up falling down to second place, and it came down to the very last match in the very last moments. It was literally the team that was trying to pass them up from second to first pretty much needed a win, and they got the win. It was absolutely wild, right? So it's like same thing can still happen here. So even though Nova's looking really strong, they got to make sure they look strong all the way up until the very final day. With that being said, though, let's hop into the second match. I know it's been on screen. Nothing's really happened. The circle's pretty standard, like just right on the western side, but pretty centered on the main island. So we know it's not going to be on the north or the south or on Military Island. It's just going to be somewhere in like a Gatka-ish vicinity. So teams are kind of taking their time, right, with so many different options to play. You don't have to secure a northern spot or secure a southern spot. And with it being so expansive, I think teams are going to take their time and loot and scout properly. So be a little bit slower of a start for this game number 2.
especially because the plane path once again was pretty far over towards the eastern side, so people are kind of, if you're that far away from the zone, usually you see teams take even longer looting out there to allow for those people in front of them to get inside of the zone first, and then they can follow on behind to try and find themselves a spot inside of the first zone. So it really is just kind of like the waiting game right now before people start making their big rotations. The first rotations for a bunch of these teams have already happened, but as you can see, not everybody. And actually, some people who already rotated, not even done. The Chosen seems like they want to try to go even further.
Yeah, the Chosen, they finished looting like the ruins area. Looks like they're going to take a split around there. Looking at the mini-map, you do have the Knights getting really close to Most Wanted. One player, Xenox, like surrounded, kind of looking like by Most... Oh, okay, there we go. He wasn't surrounded. Just getting really close to this compound. Most Wanted playing really safe, I'd have to say. Like 4 people stacked in one compound, especially this small compound, in phase 1 on the edge. That's like overly safe, I feel like. And I guess they're gonna split into a 2-2 in a little bit, or maybe they're just gonna keep rotating. And it does look like they're gonna keep rotating. Okay, maybe they just stop there to loot together or something. Anyways, Knights trying to like pick up some early frags. Yeah, the Knights are interested. They're kind of like hunting them down just slowly, like not hunting them down. They're like stalking them down with the way they're moving around.
Yeah, like when they realized that all of them were in the compound, like, I mean, you even saw Coops like stop right beside on top of that hill. Like, I think they were looking for like a first knock of some sort, but they ended up leaving like just in time, luckily enough for them, I guess. Interested to see where they're going to end up going next, and if the Knights are going to continue to pursue that, or if they're just going to kind of let it go and continue on with their bigger rotation. It does look like, yeah, the majority of teams at this point are further inside of the zone, like we were talking about. But still, Nova having a huge split right now. A couple of teams actually have a pretty big split right now. I think that's pretty interesting to see the difference of teams that decide to have such a massive split in these kinds of zones and those that still just decide to be like right on top of each other, even though they can go on ahead and spread out the same amount.
In my opinion, as a ex-competitive player, it's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of not being comfortable, right? And I was also going to allude like back to the Most Wanted Knights situation right there we saw earlier. I almost feel like the Knights saw 4 players grouped up at a compound this early in the game on the edge, and they smell weakness, right? They're like, this team does not look like an experienced team. Because an experienced team, they wouldn't do this. So immediately they started like trying to see if they could surround Most Wanted and get some picks, get some points. And I think Most Wanted, they got a little flustered. They realized like, wait a second, we think it's safe being stuck together as 4, but this is not looking good. And they had to leave and eject out of there. Back to back, lose 1 player. Polo goes down to 4 bros. I think it was 4 bros was here first because they loot Fairy Pier, and Polo, you know, split off down to the warehouse to play like a 3-1 split, and he got caught off guard. But either way, back to back, down to 3 members. This is their first game of the day. Always a question with back to back, right? Because they've shown us they can do good, right? We saw that 2 days ago. So it's like, will they have a good day or will they continue having bad days? I mean, if they weren't the back-to-back champions, we wouldn't be talking about them. But they are. So it's like, you never know with them, right? Are they actually going to pop off or not?
Well, they're definitely not starting out this one well. I think the same thing happened yesterday, too. So
yeah,
maybe this time they can get out of this funk. But we'll have to wait and see. The zone, meanwhile, it basically goes on ahead and just centers once again where the majority of people are. I mean, it does pull over towards the western side just a little bit more. So those teams like WALLSTREETBETS, HQA, even Most Wanted that have made their way in close to Pachinki, like they're going to want to continue to make a move. And Nova with that huge split, I'm glad we're seeing it now. Looks like a couple of them are getting inside their vehicles. Seems like maybe they're deciding that one of their splits is going to be the one that they're going to commit to. And I have a feeling it's going to be that one all the way up there on the north. They're getting out of their vehicles again.
Yeah, no, they're just gonna control 70% of Circle 2. That's what they're gonna do because they're Nova.
No way.
Like it's very strategical though. Like maybe I'm reading too much into it, but you see Koi right here taking shots at back to back at that shack, right? Like when a team plays that area with 4 players, they're split so wide on that hilltop that usually when a car drives by, they only do get shot at by 1 or 2 players, right? Because there's a lot of terry to control. But teams split as a 4-man up there very often. So with that in mind, with only Yi being there and the only one taking shots, players driving by might just assume and think, oh, there's probably like 2 or 3 more, you know, watching the north side of that hill and the western side of that hill. We'll just leave that hill, you know, alone. So Yi by himself takes control of that whole entire hill. Like there's like some psychology coming into this, you know, and Nova, I mean, they just pull out all the stops. And I'm only, you know, giving them so much credit because it's Nova, right? Like it's not by accident at this point.
Yeah, yeah. While you're saying that, I didn't say no way about what you were saying about Nova. I said no way because back-to-back lost yet another person to 4 bros. That's why I was like, no way, dude. But yeah, I agree. Even Nova, we got to see while you were talking as well, that Kindness actually got pushed out of his spot up to the northern side from Most Wanted, but he was able to get away without like a single scratch. So definitely continue to be aware while trying to be like act all big, kind of like puffing up, but they know when to back up. And now all of them are on top of this hill because I think they identified that there's a lot of threats around them. We got APHELION that took their compound down to the southern side. They're currently driving towards HQA, and the Knights actually started filling in the mountain right behind them.
Yeah, I think Nova this time around, you know, fighting way more often they could chew, and HQA, they don't know they're here. They did a little circle to scout. But, okay,
ouch.
It looks like Nova's not ready, but Nova's always ready. Like, they did not know there was a team here. But doesn't matter. The second they see someone, they got the upper hand. But Rin goes down. Koi almost goes down. It's a 4v3 situation. Rin gets confirmed. Now it's a 3v3. And they never cleared the second floor of the first building they smashed in. So they are getting pieced apart. Nova will only manage to get 1. Unless if Kindness, this is Kindness we're talking about, he could make something happen. Not in the best position. He gets 1 and the jumping shot across the hallway. Yeah, so when I talk Nova up a bunch, that's when the caster curse comes into effect. Okay, got it, noted. All right. You can praise them, Zute, but don't praise them too much because then you end up cursing them, and they go out in 16th place. They got 1 point, though. They got 1 point.
Maybe you can trick the PUBG gods. Like, don't say their names anymore, just their colors. Like, Yellow's doing so well.
Yellow's doing so good.
Man. I didn't really... I don't know what I expected from that fight with HQA, honestly. Like, I felt like that could have gone either way. Like, I really thought it was over for Nova, and then they brought it back. I don't know. I just got whiplash. And the zone, I think, just caused whiplash for everybody else here because it hard shifted down towards the southwestern side, and everybody is just scrambling to get a spot. I actually don't even think that there was anyone really here previously except for Dope in this compound. They tried getting something closer, but just look at the chaos that's happening back to back. No, once again getting in a fight.
Yeah, J-Way got ran over too. Oh man, he got ran over next to the shack position. That's almost comical. That's like he popped open the shack door to try and rotate away, and then APHELION rolls up and just runs him over. It was like, oh, hey, didn't see you there. I don't know, man. Back to back, it's sad, but hey, maybe in the finals they'll pop off really hard.
True.
Like they always do, you know, and catch up on all the missed bonus points, and then take first place again, and then we're all gonna have to eat our words. I will do something very crazy and obscene if that happens. I don't know what yet, but I doubt they're going to be able to pull it off. But yeah, Southwest Circle, a lot of teams rotating in. It could be a potential quarry zone as Jason executes. Okay, this is a team we also want to keep an eye out for. Very, like, polarizing performances, but overall looking like they're getting better in a up-down fashion, but overall trending a little bit more towards the up direction.
Ooh, yeah, poor APHELION, they're all just like stuck behind this building at this point. I'm actually surprised Most Wanted like somehow doing that much damage from all the way over there inside of that little field here.
Yeah,
I think now they're realizing.
Yeah,
4 bros just helping out so much out there. And now they're being able to get a little bit closer. Unfortunately, only one of them made the push. If all of them went at the same time, I think that would have just been secured. It looks like now Alucard and Sleepless is going for it, though. They might be able to bring this back. I think it's only Nate right here. No, unfortunately, they just can't get inside this building. They used that Bucky, and it got in front of the door.
Yeah, messy, but successful. A little bit, I guess.
So far.
I mean, Most Wanted did lose one player completely. 4Bros. I like this. 4Bros playing a little bit more proactive, not just sitting, you know, still waiting to see what happens. Laurie with a great position right there. He could pick up 1, 2, maybe even 3 players of Most Wanted. Smoke's forced to come out. I like this adjustment by 4Bros. 4Bros only has... Oh, no, 4Bros has 4 players. Oh, they're playing a huge 2-2 split now that I see the map. Laurie taking shots, not... Oh, I mean, he gets 1. Spraying through the smoke, not able to confirm. Good job, though, either way for 4Bros, because this team has really not shown much at all. And now they're showing a little bit of a bite, a little bit of a bark. Oh, great shots. Okay, let's go, 4Bros. I'm with
they've been feeling themselves. They so far are tied with the most amount of eliminations for this game. And ooh, THIRDEYE just driving straight through them. They ripped 2 people out of the vehicles, it looks like. I'm a little bit scared, though, because I can see MEZEXIS right beside them. But right now, they have the disadvantage against THIRDEYE in terms of manpower. Such good shots coming through from Master OP. There
7
we go.
eliminations. Yeah, okay, 4Bros. I like it. I'm with it. I'm down for it. And Laurie still like continuing to hold that position down, like just keeping tabs on everyone. Meanwhile, Ace of Spades and Execute on the northwestern side. This fight is so difficult to have, especially with that Wizard Tower and Ridge. Execute stepping up a little bit over the top, but they confirm a point, so it might be worth it. One player goes down. Mombe with the S12K pops off some huge loud shots. Jason at half HP. He's got the nade in hand. Execute. They need to make a move. Like, they need to do something more than take down one player, because if the more they stay down there, the more of a nade magnet they become, as Jason also goes down. Now Execute with 2 members knocked. 3. No, Jason's confirmed. Ace of Spades. That will be their go-ahead to push.
Mombe is still making this push a tiny bit alone. No, Blinky actually gets taken down, and Mombe is the savior of that situation. The rest of Execute, they're not stopping, though. They tried going back at it. I mean, where else are they going to go, I guess? But doesn't matter. Execute is officially eliminated. Ace of Spades, they're just going to have to res on up and kind of lick their wounds on that one. They're still up, though. Ooh, big nades. WALLSTREETBETS, they also were doing pretty well, getting some early eliminations. But now versus HQA, looks like they're at least losing 1 member on that.
HQA getting really hurt from different angles. Good shot, good trade back by Crystal Pig. Faker doing what he can, gets sprayed through the smoke. Another trade comes through. It's a 1v1, 1v2. WALLSTREETBETS, yeah, WALLSTREETBETS just down to Skipper and Cross, the last one up. The Chosen, hearing all of these shots, getting a little bit curious, looking over their way. But Skipper, can this nade work? Oh, he sees him, pulls out the rifle, sprays some shots. Oh, Faker gets right behind the tree just in time. Cross also takes a couple more bullets of damage, but he's also safe. So now it's a 1v2, but the Chosen are close by. 1 player of the Chosen might be looking to third party or just creating some spacing from his team.
I believe that's Gajia as well, so I think, I'm not quite sure. He might be trying to peek on over there every once in a while, but these little dips here are kind of steep in that if you're going to try to take a look over them, you have to go pretty far and then you're out, completely out open. So a little bit of a scary situation. Faker spotting out Skipper, though, in that smoke will take him down pretty low, but he's able to lay prone pretty quickly. At this point, WALLSTREETBETS with only 1 person up, currently having to heal and then get the res. HQ with 2. I think they realize the position that they have, so they're starting to push up pretty aggressively on this.
Getting a bit more of an angle, a bit more high ground. Skipper will manage to get the revive on 24K after all is said and done. Next circle shifts to the northeast. You got the 4Bros team that was on the hills earlier. At some point, they did decide to all clump up together at the compound, but that's a strong position. Well, I mean, not stuck down there. If they could, you know, control the higher ground, that's a strong position. But like we saw with Nova last game, this is another one of those positions where they could kind of just hunker down in and let the outer edges, like the chaos, all, you know, play out and have multiple teams go down. I will say that position 4Bros in a little bit more susceptible to damage than the Nova spot from previous games. So we'll see how this one plays out for 4Bros. Ace of Spades coming in from the northwest. We still have MEZEXIS, right, a 4-man team. And not forget about the Knights. Knights really quiet this game, 0 eliminations, but they're keeping 4 players alive to make stuff happen.
Yeah, and they're actively trying to get in that fight. They have traveled all over this map so far. They've been like on every single side of this circle so far. And unfortunately for Angry Amateurs, it looks like there's only 2 of them left. So it's going to be pretty hard with all of the members of the Knights kind of surrounding you. You see Spec getting the knock onto 1. There's only 1 of them left. Let's see if DIY will be able to do anything here. I mean, 2 people peeking you at once, that's pretty difficult. So Angry Amateurs are out. The Knights have officially gotten their first couple eliminations, and they lose Spec, actually. MEZEXIS, no way! Oh, that was disgusting. MEZEXIS is just absolutely destroying the Knights as they're trying to make their rotation. That's it. They're out, I believe. No, Tenza. He's the last alive.
Those are like mistakes that you see happen to just lower tier teams, to put bluntly. Like taking a fight in a bad position out of zone, where a team in a strong position close to zone will literally tear you to shreds the second you finish that fight. And that's exactly the kind of position the Knights found them in. Even with 4 players, they couldn't do anything with it. Tenza will run 1 over. Maybe he could pull off a Tenza thing and do a 1v2, because Tenza can do those. Let's see if he can manage anything more than that run over, but he does not. And that is the Knights eliminated in 9th position with only 2 eliminations. The Knights looking worse and worse for wear as the days go on. But we still got a few more teams left in here. 4Bros, 19E, MEZEXIS, Ace of Spades. We still got quite a few teams still alive in this ending zone. 8 teams.
I'm actually really interested to see what MEZEXIS is going to be doing here, because I feel like the first crash would be onto 4Bros, but it's not, it's inside the zone in that it's wanted in that way, but it's not the top of it. And I think that they might be trying to make a way around to crash on the higher ground. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, they do crash straight into 19 Esports, and that just might open the door for Ace to attempt to push on this as well. It's just absolute chaos here as MEZEXIS. There are actually 2 of them have dropped so far. 19 Esports does get at least 1 of them knocked too. But yeah, here comes all of the utility coming through from Ace of Spades. They heard that fight. They want this compound. And MEZEXIS, they only are down to inactive. I think 19 Esports, I think that they're only down to 1 as well, as they're actually taken out. Inactive is now the last one alive, and Ace, all they have to do is come and clean up 1 person.
Talk about coming in with a bang. That was a full-blown war that just erupted right there. Ace of Spades having a really great nade. They're going to take advantage of all of this and clear out 2 teams at once. And that's going to be inactive. Last one up from MEZEXIS. Oh, great nade. Okay. Blinky goes down. Mambe almost goes down too. Inactive's got another one. He's going to try and... he cooked it a little bit longer. He could have got a 3rd one. I don't know if he knows. Oh, he sees him now. Hello. A little bit of a jumping shotgun right there, but 3v1 inactive, last one up, finally does go down. Ace of Spades looking like Ace of Spades. I like watching this team in action. I feel like they're at their strongest when they're taking fights. Next circle did shift a little bit back down to 4Bros. So 4Bros, you know, maybe they might end up winning this game, pulling a similar chicken dinner to like Nova, but we'll see. TC still with 4. Ace of Spades with 3, very dangerous team with 3, and Most Wanted off to the side, also with 3 players.
I will say, I mean, 4Bros, they obviously have the compound inside of this zone. Usually this building is a very good defensive position, but I have seen people, like, from the upper side, like, be able to get down, kind of get on top of the roof, and then there's nothing that those inside of the building can do. Like, it is a good position, but I don't think it's a good position for the absolute end game. Because once you're kind of trapped in there, like, it's not a good situation. Like, if people are controlling where you go around this area, it's not looking good. I do think, was that Lori is outside of the building. That's exactly what they need, is to at least have 1 out to make this position continue to be worth it. But if anybody pressures them, or all 4 of them are inside that 1 building, that's where it's not going to go well.
Yeah, throw some smokes, smoke off the window angles, and then you get close enough to throw the nades in, and then they're just completely decimated, right? What does work for 4Bros is that on the northern side, they have 2 teams on top of them, which means those 2 teams might fight each other, Ace of Spades and TC, so it's not just 1 team getting to full focus them for free. So they just need to hunker their heads down a little bit longer and wait for other teams to start fighting each other, as Lori does go down though. So using those smokes to try and crawl through, he might be able to crawl back in which case they could just hunker down. But you see Ace of Spades using those smokes, getting closer and closer. they could get into nade range with util use. That might just be the end of 4 Bros, but they'll get that reset back up to 4. And new circle shifts to most wanted. So everyone's got to push towards most wanted now.
Yeah, I feel like Ace of Spades is the one that has the most not indirect path, I'd say. Like, obviously, like, the Chosen is going to be pushing to the east straight towards Most Wanted, right? But Ace of Spades, I feel like they have 2 choices. Are they going to push towards the east directly into the Chosen, or are they going to try and take care of 4 Bros right below them first and kind of get a little bit more of the southern angle? And we can see them already jumping on down. It seems like they decided to choose 4 Bros in this moment, and I feel like that is the smarter one, but definitely still difficult. Here we go. Blinky already with the nade prepped. All he has to do is toss it on in here. He can do so much damage. You can already see one of them stand. No. 2 of them are now knocked. Ace of Spades know what's going on. They're just pushing in aggressively at this point. A little bit worried that they're not together. The smoke coming out to try and cover up what's happening. The trade does come through onto one of them, but at 4 Bros, they still have only 1 person up. I don't know what Master OP is going to be able to do. Actually got the res on the Lori and Ace of Spades, actually.
Oh, no.
They tried leaving one up.
He
No
will toss the
way.
molly, and he mollies both himself and his teammate. They don't go down, though, but they are forced to kind of take a lot of damage and use a first aid and Godjet from the other side. Meanwhile, by the way, Most Wanted got taken out by the Chosen, and the Chosen are going to have full reign of this. This is going to be a win for the Chosen, which is a team we have not talked about or seen a lot of in the past, like 5+ days, but this should be their win. 4 Bros does secure 2nd place finish as Ace of Spades go out. It is down to a 4v1 and the S12K to clean things up. The Chosen with a chicken and just in time too, like on the very last day. Hey, get those points in as much as you can before the final standings for week 2 are finalized for your bonus points.
Yesterday I said I wanted to see some of the Chosen. I'm so glad we're at least getting it today. So it looks like we got to see a little bit of that, and 4 Bros actually getting 2nd place as well. I feel like I'm pretty happy by that entire game. Like, they were getting eliminations from almost the very beginning.
Yeah. So I think 4 Bros, it's like, I hope they realize something when they play proactive and they do it right. They could make some things happen. They were up to 8 eliminations, I think, before they took that, you know, position where they kind of, even though they had 4 players, they wanted to not be proactive and just hunker down on one spot. However, I will say though, it was strategical, right? They hunkered down in a position center of zone where they let the outer ring fight each other out. And Hotchix with a quick little wave cameo there, I think. But yeah, so it's like playing passive and then playing aggressive. A good mix of both gets you a 2nd place finish with good elimination points. If 4 Bros can replicate that, that'd be great to see. But I don't know. I feel like they got, I wouldn't say lucky. I just feel like the game played out in a way where they did manage to do that. We'll see if they could do the same in future games.
It'd be cool if they were able to identify what exactly happened and see if they could try to replicate it. But we're going to go jump into some highlights to see more details on what exactly happened, and then, of course, back over to the desk.
The Chosen ended up getting that one right there, getting the nice chicken dinner. What's up, Seven? What's up, Glitter? That was a good little start to the match there. That's what we like to see here in game number 2. So, Seven, I know you got your eyes on the leaderboards. You've been really keeping a close eye on them numbers. So, after that match, how much did that really boost the Chosen?
You know what? I'll give you the stats before that match, and I'll kind of give you a heads up on how much that last match might actually be able to boost up the Chosen, because the Chosen was in 13th place. So, hopefully, with that match, they will be able to jump up between those top 12. And remember, at the end of the day, we are going to have that extra Livik, and the top 12 teams are going to be getting a chance to play in that Livik. And if the Chosen can maintain themselves there in the 12th spot, at least within the top 12, that'll be good for them. They'll be able to get extra points. Hopefully, they'll be able to get extra bonus points as well. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's what these teams are looking for.
Yeah, Glitter, after that last one, APHELION Esports was pretty close off. They are right now in 12th place from what I understood. So, what do you think that APHELION's going to really do in order to actually hold on?
Yeah, I hope that they're able to kind of bring back some of that glory from the first phase that we saw out of them, like that sheer dominating force that they were in phase number 1, kind of bring that back and give us some of that aggression. And not only APHELION, but while we were watching those final moments, I mean, I feel like we haven't talked about them at all because there's not really been an opportunity to. But for 3 days in a row now, our worst team has been picking it up. Bros has been picking it up every single day in almost all of their games. And we did say on day 3 of this phase, if there's any time to start it, it would be now. And they were so far behind that it's really, really hard for them to catch up, but at least we're watching that effort. We're watching them making the changes and tweaks that they need to make and getting some more points on the board. They've had some really solid placement points as well that are helpful for them. And, I feel like watching the team's growth so far over the season has been, it's nice to see that change.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see a little growth. I still think that Bros, though, a big boost before we see them make it into that top 12. A lot of these teams here at the bottom, we've seen them struggle time and time again. I think it's good that we do see that little spark of life, but like I mentioned, we're gonna need to see like a fireball of life, something absolutely insane at this point. And that's the tough part, especially here with this new format. It's so unforgiving. It doesn't give you the opportunity to kind of let's just go ahead and not worry about it so much. We'll deal with it come Super Weekend time. Nuh-uh. Every single point is that difference from those bonus points later, or even making it into Livik, right, Seven?
Yeah, I mean, with Bros there, before this last match, they were sitting dead last on that phase 2 overall with only 56 points. And then if they wanted to catch up to 19th place with this Angry Amateurs, they were almost 19 points behind. So that is a huge gap. Like, usually when we think of the gaps, we think about maybe first place, second place, as we have seen with Nova and what had happened with some of the other teams, right? And then when you scroll down a little bit more, then 5th and 6th. But when you're thinking of 19th and 20th, you don't really expect to see that big of a gap. So for us to be able to see that, that's pretty wild. Hopefully they can continue those performances. But as you've been saying, Haji, because that's we all been saying, it might be a little bit too late for some of these teams. And then they kind of have to shift, right, their role into, hey, it might be spoiler role time. It might be time that we start going for those highlight plays. And I know I'm saying this, but hey, it happens. I mean, in a way, yeah, already, because this is the final day of phase 2. After a week break that we're going to have, we're going to be going to our pretty much our final phase before the actual finals. I don't know when else these teams are going to get a time to shine, honestly.
Makes sense. It really does make sense. I mean, it's crazy to think that, before this one, yeah, you said Bros had 56 total points. Nova Esports had 257. That's crazy. That's the difference between first and last. 201 point difference. And
if you took 200 points away,
yeah,
Nova will still be on top.
That's absolutely insane here. But you know what? We mentioned how much 1 point matters. And with this format, if they can go from, last place to one more up, hey, that's one more bonus point added to their total score. I hope you guys are having a great time watching this show. I hope you guys make sure that you use that hashtag PMPLNA and take a selfie real quick. Show us how you're watching this. If you're doing it here on the PUBG Mobile Esports NA YouTube channel, Facebook, or are you watching a viewer party? Regardless, make sure you use that hashtag. You can do it on Instagram, you can do it on Twitter, and then hopefully we can see you here on the show. Well, guys, looks like we may have this next match up and ready to go. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters.
Back to Miramar we go for game number 3 span. I think so far in game 1 and game 2 we've seen some interesting strategies being used. One from Nova and then like a similar one that 4Bros utilized, both with really great finishes. Like 4Bros didn't get the chicken, TC did, and that's a team that you want to see pop off. So you think they're going to start popping off for the rest of the day?
That's the hope, right? I mean, hopefully now that they kind of got themselves feeling good with that chicken dinner, maybe they'll be able to kind of continue that with that momentum. Even though we've seen both sides, right? Like we've seen somebody like get the win and then in the next game just continue to do well, or just absolutely just like die first. Like I don't know what happens. Yeah. So I feel like it could go either way, but obviously I'm kind of hoping that they'll continue on with that momentum, at least not let it get into their head and continue to play the game like normally.
Starting off this Miramar game, we do have a very eastern plane path. Actually, not too far east, just a little bit east of the middle, going from south up to north. A very good plane path for. I won't say everybody because it's almost like impossible to give a good plane path for everybody on a map like Miramar. But this is like almost as good as it usually gets. So we'll see how this one goes. And if the circle is like somewhere like kind of normal, might be a slow start to Miramar. Usually we see faster starts to Miramar simply because some teams are so far away that when they rotate in, they just take fights. Or some teams are just like really close to the center and they'll just start, setting up positions in the center. And then other teams will start ending up fighting with them. But we'll see very soon as a first circle will pop up shortly. MEZEXIS and Most Wanted and Las Leones. And APHELION this time not landing in Las Leones because they could land in THIRDEYE, which is where they usually loot in the first circle, just kind of smack in the middle.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up. Yeah, they're going to be happy. I know a couple of teams dropping out Pozo, not going to be the happiest. Maybe they'll be able to kind of drive on over there. But the zone has already revealed itself, and it is centered around that graveyard area. So I think you're right. I think this will be a game that's going to start off just a little bit slower because the majority of people are already inside this zone. It's just going to be a couple of people just moving towards the center a little bit more. But the majority of people should have information on what's happening around them already. So I don't think we're going to see any like totally unexpected kind of like fights and rotations from this.
Definitely going to be a slower start. The only potential thing that could, there's a lot of potentials, but one thing that I'm looking at is Nova, right? They're in the center of zone already. And when they're not in the center of the zone, when they rotate to take somewhere center, they play very split. So the fact that they could start off in the center just makes me feel like they're going to play even more split, which might lead to, a team picking off one member of Nova. But we saw last game, they didn't get picked off. They kind of ran into HQA and died afterwards. But when they were very split, they all managed to safely eject out of their solo positions against a 4-man team and group back up together. So we might see the same thing happen here in Miramar, or one of them might get picked off. Time will tell. But for now, other than that, I feel like everyone's just going to be chilling, taking their time, looting, and then rotating in. This circle, this first phase circle, also very easy to rotate in and out of. Like you have roadways going left and right, north and south in all different manners to get into a lot of different strong positions in the first circle. So I don't think teams will necessarily fight for any position because we don't know where the circle will go, and there's always easy access way to another location, just like be it northeast, west, or south.
That's why I feel like majority might go a little bit more towards the center, or at least a compound that they're comfortable with. But otherwise, I don't think we're going to see people kind of like running into each other whatsoever. So it is kind of be just a rotating kind of game for right now. And maybe some people will try to kind of spread on out and gain more territory so that they're prepared for this next zone shift. I definitely feel like teams spread out a lot more on Miramar than they do on Erangel, and that could just be because of the terrain as well. Like on Miramar, there are so many more ridges. It's a little bit safer in that regard, so I think that's probably why we'll probably see a couple people be a little bit more spread out. And Zute, last game you said if back-to-back were to win finals, you'd do something crazy. Well, the 2 times that I have seen people promise stuff like that, one person shaved all their hair off and the other person got a tattoo of the team's logo on their arm. So I just throwing some ideas out for you.
Between those two, I would rather shave my hair off.
What? Really? I mean,
Yeah.
actually same. I would, it grows back, but
It grows back, and yeah, no, not gonna get the back-to-back logo anywhere on my body. So
okay, but the shave the head thing, it's on the table.
I mean, I'm probably gonna think of something less crazy, but we'll see. We'll see. Like, I'll start actually, you know, thinking about it and talking about it once we do head into the finals, see where they lie, and see if they could get anywhere close to even the top 5 by the time finals rolls around. That's how much I feel like they're going to be starting off on a back foot. And just to throw it out there, make it even a little bit spicier, wonder if they will qualify for the finals.
That's true.
Like, I'm sure they'll qualify for the finals, but that's more of a hot take right there. You know, back-to-back, maybe not even qualifying for the finals this time around with the new format, right? So, yeah. Right now, looking at the map, yep, you are absolutely right. A lot of teams centering up and also playing split around the center area. You got all those different elevations, high ground, low ground, the ridges, and compounds in play, letting teams have a very wide variety of splits that they can do without having to engage into each other, even though they're really close by to one another. And just as I say that, you have Gajia peeking up over the top towards Nova, but the rest of TC taking control of the graveyard low ground with the compounds in play.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to keep an eye on it for now. Everybody's just kind of splitting up, making sure that they have an eye on something, right? Because, I mean, if Nova ends up getting, like, right above that of TC, like, they're going to have a power angle from right here, actually, like, kind of spotting them out. So, Gajia there, like, kind of expecting somebody to go in that position. That could be just a extra knock and elimination for him. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, we don't see anything in the elimination feed, so it's definitely just waiting it out.
And I just got a great idea. You know, we've been saying for everyone to do hashtag PMPL NA, right? Or hashtag PMPL. Hold up. Dang, that's an accurate red dot spray right there if I've ever seen one. Koi, by the way, really split by himself, doing Nova things. But give me some suggestions in the chat. You know, tag us on Twitter, Instagram, whatever it might be, and throw me a suggestion of if back-to-back win the finals for PMPL NA, what crazy thing I should do. Yeah, we'll leave it to the viewers. Right there. And viewers always have great ideas, and I say that very sarcastically.
Well, I'm now really excited. We'll have to go through the options later, but I think my 2 options are pretty strong ones. But yeah, that's just stuff that I've actually seen, though. By the way, like I've actually seen people commit to that. Yes,
that's
like,
crazy.
A woman shaved her head, and a man got a tattoo of a logo on his arm. It's like the commitment is insane.
Oh, I do remember last year, right? And I don't want to bring it up. People are gonna give me flack for it. But I was saying if Godlike, you know, out of India, I know it's you know, India's got a crazy scene for the game. But I was saying if they were to win PMGC, I would get a tattoo of their logo because that's a crazy success story.
Said that?
Yeah, they're always like, you know, they have a lot of eyeballs on them all the time. They're very polarized in terms of like people hate them, people love them. And hey, if they could pull it off, by all means, like that's a huge success story. But it didn't go that way, thankfully. So, yeah, we're getting into Circle 2. And like we preface this is going to be a very slow Circle 1 with the way things are. So we're just, chatting about, having a good time. And now this Circle, though, this one's going to get a little bit crazy because all the power positions around center here are highly contested for. And it's like in an area where it's like you don't know just what angles you're getting yourself into until you commit a little bit too far in. So we're going to see a couple of teams or players get picked off on rotations, kind of inching in more towards the middle. And that middle is already more clustered than usual because everybody was there in the previous zone.
Yeah, once again, it's just an absolute mess of just little colored dots. Can't even entirely tell where everybody is. Everybody's moving at this point. A couple people trying to take advantage of the movement, though, spotting people out on their rotations, taking some shots. There weren't that many of them, right? So maybe just feeling out or trying to drive them in a certain direction. The Chosen spotting out Most Wanted on their rotation, though. Opa, he's kind of on this island, completely surrounded by Most Wanted members. I don't even know if he can successfully disengage from this spot, so he has to be on the aggressive if he's hoping to get all the way down. Alucard actually moving in a position where I think Opa would be successful if he ran a little bit further down, but his team needs to come and support him immediately.
Yeah, Opa's doing a really good job putting up a lot of pressure back to buy himself time. I want to see TC get into a better position to support him. I feel like there's more that TC could do, but it seems like they're a little bit slow. Gotcha is close by, but you can see from this position, Gotcha really can't do anything. He's just, okay, now he's getting into a position where he's sticking his head out a little bit more to help out his teammate. That's good to see. If it wasn't Most Wanted pushing right there, I feel like TC might have lost a couple players. Most Wanted, definitely more of a passive team. You could see now they're already disengaging. Like they're not even trying any further. So giving TC a little bit of breathing space. And TC's actually split like 2-1-1. One of their players way further down away from them near the San Martin area. So like if Most Wanted did pressure and find that opening, it would have been it might have been the end for TC there.
Yeah, it could have been successful, but they're not going to go for it. They're actually going to back up, and they're going to be right underneath another team being dope. So them backing away from that potentially successful fight might meet their demise. We have to wait and see. Dope, they're also another team where I feel like they can go back and forth on whether or not they're going to be on the aggressive or not. So for now, I mean, they were taking shots at Most Wanted as they were making the rotation, but I don't think anything else is going to come from it. Still a bunch of teams, though, trying to find a space to make a move on in, one even being MEZEXIS. At this point over here on the eastern side, there really aren't that many other options. So either they're going to have to choose like a little bit of a spot like this, super far off to the side, or they're going to have to start looking in towards more people, like APHELION at the compound right beside them.
Yeah, it's okay. I would say for Most Wanted backing off, they're just warming up, right? So like, don't want to commit to too many fights or anything until you're fully warmed up and ready for the PMPL NA. So going into the next shift, we're heading into circle number 3. We didn't lose, okay, we lost 2 players so far out of Dope. That is a lot less than I expected. Now we're going to lose a lot of players because no matter where the circle goes, the terrain's going to change drastically. And Hacienda execute in a great position. Same with HQA. I want to see what they could do towards the later stages of the game with those 2 different positions. But oh boy, we got Hacienda in zone. Nova loses the zone completely, so we'll get to see a aggressive Nova, see how they fight into this circle, what kind of methods they'll take. Always great seeing them being forced on the aggressive side, and it's very rare to see Nova lose circle completely, right? Because they play so split. They always have at least one player when the circle shifts that have some kind of sightlines and position in zone, but they have nothing now. APHELION flying through the air. Nate popping off the car. MEZEXIS coming through the back. It is all out mayhem in this circle. I absolutely love it. And crazy shots. 2 of WALLSTREETBETS gets taken down in an otherwise almost a perfectly safe location.
Yeah, you're right. The other 2 members of WALLSTREETBET also are nowhere close. That one is in Hacienda, they'll patrol like the building, and the other one is even further down to the southern side. Like clearly we're trying to hold south of the road. Here we go. We can actually see him. He's going to be able to successfully take out a member of APHELION, but it was MEZEXIS that took out half of his team. So I don't even know how they're going to meet up at this point, but You know, this zone, when it closed, it wasn't even that far from teams like Nova, we'll say, as that example. But because this terrain in this area is so difficult, you kind of create these barriers of where you're allowed to rotate or even play off of. And Nova is definitely entering one of the more difficult sides to kind of try and play off of, where there's already a lot of teams playing a lot of these strong spots. Oh, but they actually found a really good compound for now, though they're going to have to start looking forward up that hill, and it's going to be hard to get any information.
Now, you could take the hill or you could take the road. Both pretty much dead. That road just in the middle of all sightlines. That hill's so slow to go up, as you can see. Most wanted, right? Trying to take that hill, and that's why that hill is very dangerous. Qwerty will get knocked, probably confirmed here. A couple more shots, a couple sprays. There we go. Kindness will manage to finish off that player. Most wanted down to 3 players. Star Gaming, a team that's been super consistent right now. Smack dab in the center, Hacienda, and Nesquik will also manage to get revived as the Chosen pushing that, getting the knock, but feeling a little bit unsafe, and we'll back up and group up together.
I love that we're already watching the point of view of Hayuya. I have to say, like, watching him and Brian fight so far has been quite interesting. Looks like the res on the next quick comes through, so all 4 up in the very center of San Martin. Like, that's already starting off at a very strong spot. Actually, so does Execute. They're up there by the plane. Like, up there, they have such great sight lines, like, down into the city.
Yeah.
And as of now, they're alone. You can see that KBL and 19 Esports are kind of encroaching, but with this zone shift, yeah, this is a great spot. It's hard to hold, though. They're going to have to be like at 100% like attention to make sure that nobody's going to start creeping up on them.
I think this actually, the way the circle shift is perfect for Execute, in the sense of they're going to have a team north and west, which means those 2 teams are less likely to full commit because a third party might happen. So they might just be able to just ride this one out completely safe. Whereas if they were on the edge of that new circle, it prompts the team to push more likely. Nova having to make another difficult rotation. They are going to take this hill rotation, the road being way more dangerous, I'd have to say. We'll see how they manage to do it. Execute now taking a fight with Dope. It's just the 2 players that are last alive for Dope. I think they were going for a full send somewhere center just to like be able to hide it out. Telly getting kind of caught off.
No way!
The 2-piece. Oh, they are so lucky that Dope was just a 2-man, and Flash just. Oh, okay, I like this. All he has to do is another 1v1. It all comes down to Jason. Jason is Execute's top fragger, though, in the sense of just raw fighting power. And Flash has got the... This is how it all falls apart for Execute right here. Jason getting off the revive, very smart. But Flash is feeling at the Tommy gun. Jason gets the first trade of the shot.
No way!
In classic Execute fashion, they're on the cusp of a great, amazing game. And, well, okay, they could get a revive back up to 2, but they're losing that position. 19E is going to take it. Luckily for them, Flash didn't completely full wipe, but, I mean, that's just... That was, like... That hurts. That hurts to watch.
My jaw hit the ground, like, twice from that fight, and now they have to play in those rocks, though. Oh my goodness, I can't believe what I just watched. But that's what I was talking about, like on that ridge. That's exactly the spot that I was actually thinking when I said that they're gonna have to be like like their perception will have to be immaculate, because people will like come up on those cliffs into those rocks and like mess you up. Yeah, that's the part that I'm like more upset about, you know?
Like, yeah, no, you're right, and I countered it. Like, they're not gonna get full pushed, and they didn't, but they almost died to a 2-man team of Dope. They could still win this game, though, with 3 with that position. Like, they're still centered in a strong spot. They just don't have the compounds. Most wanted on the southern side, taking a fight right now with MEZEXIS, cleaning that one up. Oh, getting crossfire from a different angle. Yeah, this roadway that I was talking about, so risky to be around, because everybody just sets up camp here to take down rotators. Most wanted. They're not in the zone either of this new circle. They're going to have to push in with no cover. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, all they have is just the roadway, and then if they could get close to maybe a building, they're gonna have to run in the open.
Oh boy, just look at that, Zute. There's so many people inside of the, like, all the buildings of San Martin. This next zone, I feel like, could call it. And actually,
I like it.
yeah, I would rather have a zone like this where it's not fully called. Like, if it like hard shifted over toward 19 Esports and KBL is, like, that could have potentially, like, we could have given like a guess on who was gonna win the game,
Yeah.
But this zone is gonna continue to be interesting. We continue to not know. There's gonna be a bloodbath, an absolute slaughter inside of San Martin, though. So there's so many teams in there together.
Yeah, a bunch of teams, and if it goes to the high ground or the low ground, San Martin is going to create for two drastically different endings. So we won't know until later on. But now this does make KBL push the 19E team. Beautiful nade out of Joey. 1 for 2 right there. KBL looking strong against this fight. We do have Execute very close by also. I can maybe try and do some type of third-party damage, but it's going to be difficult from that angle downhill. KBL might just end up taking out all of 19E on their own.
Wow, yeah, I think that just leaves 777 if I'm not mistaken. So, no, okay. Well, here comes the crash. 2 of them left. Let's see if they're going to be able to succeed in this. Trying to make sure that the push does not happen inside this building, because when that happens, once this room is breached, then it could be over. Oh, so much damage though, and the nade coming through is going to tickle the 19 Esports guys inside, but the nice Molotov is going to push them off for now. Once again, you keep calling out the duo of Joey and Acer, so now it's my turn. They're the ones that made the big crash, and they're going to continue on with this push. First off, since it wasn't successful immediately, they have to start tossing in a ton of utility to see if they can regain that knock to make the push happen. So far though, 19 Esports, they've fully pushed back. They want to make sure that these nades, this util, isn't going to hurt them.
Yeah, 19E doing a good job surviving for now. It'll be a couple of seconds left until the zone pushes. I think they're not in zone, like maybe on the edge, but that's going to push the KBL players into the compound, which will definitely force the fight. We do see the blue zone getting closer and closer. Sam is still getting revived, I think, on the backsides by Quan. Yeah, Sam is knocked. Quan should be getting that free revive. Yeah, Sam is up. Now, Joey and Acer, they got to make a move. They got to be aware of Execute's position, too, because if they go too far to the eastern side, Execute could pop up and get a third-party shot in. Looks like for now, they're going to just end the fight and just try and choke out the 19 Esports team instead of pushing them in.
I mean, I think that's a good choice. I mean, 2 people to push in on 2 other players, the odds are not in their favor, needless to say. So they'd much rather let the blue zone kind of do their work, or the next zone do its work, get pushed out, and then worry about it now. You can even see Joey, he's actually just laid prone, waiting for them to kind of exit from that spot. KBL, though, they're finding themselves in an even worse position now, and that the zone moved. It's close to them, but not enough. Execute now. They're peeking on up and starting to put some pressure onto them. They got a re-knock onto one of the members of KBL already. Since they didn't get rid of 19 Esports, this push or the engagement onto Execute is going to be even more difficult, or just not even possible.
Yeah, I think it's almost a blessing in disguise that Execute almost all went down to dope there, because that forced all the players of Execute into that ridge line to avoid the fight with 19E and to avoid the fight with KBL. And now they can just third-party both teams as Rad with a really nice play, getting the better of Acer. Joey's gonna pop up though, and Rad not ready for it at all. Didn't even have his weapon out. Good job for KBL. Can they get the 2 revives before the zone takes them out? Because now Execute's got 3 members looking straight at the side of KBL. Meanwhile, everyone else in the city, they're gonna go into complete blinder of bullets.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt even more. It looks like so many teams actually have been being eliminated as we've been watching those fights up on top. I mean, there's just... honestly, a lot of these guys down here, it does seem like most of the teams have been picked off now. The 2 big ones being Star Gaming and Nova. There's only a couple of stragglers left inside of the city. So once they kind of get rid of them and the blue zone is closed fully, those two teams, Start Gaming, Nova, they're going to start feeling a little bit more comfortable to start trying to get up this hill, I think. So we still have a little bit longer until all the teams are going to be kind of focused on each other, but I think we have a feeling who's going to be inside of this next zone shift. And KBL, they're actually somehow making it inside of this next zone by taking the ridges a little bit further to the south. So if Nova ends up pushing a little bit too soon, they could start taking fights with multiple teams.
Got the last member of APHELION, Trick. Oh, nice little pre-fire right there as he heads into the open. Let's see what Trick can do here. Last one up. APHELION Esports with only 2 elimination points. Nova with 5, 2 players here. Star Gaming has 4. Faker just out of sight, being prone right there behind that wall. Nova seeing what kind of third-party action they can do. Always proactive. HQ is eliminated. It looks like Trig did run into the building with Star. He takes down one, trying to take down another, but he gets shot in the back by Nova. Koi ending the life of APHELION Esports.
Oh, and now Start Gaming, it's not looking good for them. The zone has shifted away, and Nova, even though there's only 2 of them, they obviously have the better spot, and they could potentially hold out Start Gaming here. They get their reses, though, and once they're healed on up, they're going to start making their big push. Actually, Brian already going for it as of right now, going into that uncharted territory, and yeah, Nova can't do anything about it. It looks like Start Gaming will make it inside, and Nova, they're just going to have to continue to hide down to the southern side. KBL, somehow, now towards the center, execute. They didn't watch them close enough. KBL is now going to be in charge of the top of these rocks here, as execute went and got the elimination onto WALLSTREETBETS, but they gave up their spot. You can see Acer actually almost jumping over the edge and kind of messing that up there for himself. But now they have the height advantage on execute. It's going to be hard to come back from that.
Execute, I think they did a play call, which is just give up the top. They don't feel like they can defend it against the likes of KBL, which, you know, might work out for them. Rather than going out earlier, they'll survive a little bit longer, maybe take out a team or 2, as Execute still with 2 players, 1 getting revive. Nova next to Star Gaming. KBL with firm control now of the high ground. Chances are they will take the chicken dinner, but you never know what might happen, as there's 3 other teams still slugging it out with KBL.
Yeah, Nova and Star Gaming, they're trading some damage here. Star Gaming keeps getting knocked, and Koi spotting that out. That's crazy. I think that means that it's only Brian left for Star Gaming. Just 2 people from Nova took down 3 members of Star. We're down to our last 3 teams. We got 2 up for Nova, a solo for Star Gaming, and all 4 members of KBL. I didn't really think that KBL was going to be in such a strong spot, but just goes to show that so many things can change in a flash. Koi goes down. Oh, the trade comes through from Yi, though. I mean, he might be able to get this res onto Koi, and then they could continue to be at least a pain inside of KBL. Brian, if he gets up now, he could make an opening for Nova, but it looks like he really just wants to make sure he gets that second spot.
He wants that second place finish, just staying extremely quiet. Joey here watching over the likes of Nova. The zone has shifted. I can't even tell which direction it has shifted. Chances are, though, Nova has to move, I think.
No, I think it went south.
It went south?
Mm-hmm.
Pulling out my magnifying glass.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
You're right. Yeah.
I see the top of the circle. So I think it went to the south, so Nova's in. So KBL has to go south.
Yeah, so Nova has that ridge line. I don't know how much util KBL has, but even smokes will work, and that's what they're doing. They're smoking off Nova's sight lines. Now, if KBL messes up even just a little bit in a 4v2 against the likes of Nova, they could lose this. I mean, Koi popping off that double knock through the smoke. Just disgusting to see. Oh, it's actually Nova using the smokes right there, so that they only have to focus through just a little bit of the smoke to peek out, but KBL does the same and spraying right through. It doesn't look too good for Nova as they are getting closer and closer. Brain actually goes out. One of Nova's knocked. They're jumping through the smoke, jumping over the top of Yi, surrounding him from all sides, driving through with the buggy, Quan on the backside. Oh, I don't think Nova could have pulled that off there. That looked so chaotic for Yi to handle. It was just a player jumping over the top, a buggy flying beneath him, another player running through the smoke. I mean, that was KBL's win. That was KBL's chicken dinner. They took control of the top. Also got to say, that was Execute's game to kind of throw, but still they finished off with a lot of points. But, I mean, that was mainly due to the circle just going right on them every single time.
I mean, it's just unfortunate that that first fight with the two members, it was the two members of Dope, right? It's just unfortunate that it went that way, because if they just got rid of them instantly...
It was actually just one. There was two, but the first one went down for free, and the second one took down 3 players of Execute. But maybe we'll get to see that again on the highlights, because, oh man, your draw job twice. That should go on the highlights. So we'll go to the highlights, and then we'll be back with the analyst desk.
Hey, another match here in the books at Korean Barbecue Lovers. Nom, nom, nom. Eating that one up right there. Nova getting some consistent numbers on the board as well, just showing the, hey, that is the map that they like to play. Glitter, how you feel about that one?
I mean, maybe the blessing was delayed from yesterday.
That's true.
For Korean barbecue lovers. You know, it took a little bit more time, because this is what I was hoping we'd see out of them yesterday. I'll take it today, okay? They look much more solid this time around. And like you said, the consistency out of the unstoppable Nova, I mean, no one's catching up to that point gap at this point.
Yeah, 7.
I mean, going into that game, you were asking me about the Chosen after that win. Guess what? Korean Barbecue Lovers was actually tied with the Chosen in points at 10th and 11th place. So with that performance right there, that should help Korean Barbecue Lovers get shot up. And something impressive too. I mean, Brian, Star Gaming in a way continues to show these performances where they are being able to get those placement points. I'm really impressed with the way that team has been playing, especially in Phase 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, great performance right there. And then the next game that we got coming up, the next match, we're going to be going into Sanhok, right? And so my question is, 7. How many more points than 10 will Nova get this next one? Will it be just 10 points? Or will it be 11, 12, 13?
I'll tell you in a bit. Let me think about it.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? We'll let 7 think about it. We'll let Glitter think about that as well, because I want an answer from both of y'all. And we're going to go ahead and show you guys this Sanhok vid. We'll be right back.
Among all the competitive PUBG Mobile experiences, Sanhok comes in as the fastest one for its compact size and brief zone delays. Therefore, keeping up with the Sanhok pace is a must to excel in its guerrilla warfare. Loot has never been an issue in Sanhok, with level 3 gears scattered all over the map. Whether you are the Lords from Paradise Resort or a lurker from the extreme corners like PANTHERS, every team gets their hands full of lucrative loot no matter where they drop. However, young players often make the mistake of looting for an extended period of time to build the perfect loadouts and let the zone surpass them. Unlike other maps, rotations in Sanhok are often made on foot, as the zone centralizes pretty fast. So staying in the blue can cost you dearly when a team inside the zone senses your presence. All they have to do is stop you from advancing, and with each passing second it becomes more difficult to step inside the zone ever again. with zone collapses starting as quick as 30 seconds. Players will never be able to make it in, while the zone damage forces you to halt and pop healing items. This makes it even harder to keep up with the shrink speed. Therefore, prioritize the circles over loot. If you are a loot goblin, consider dropping into a central location in the map where the distance between you and the safe zone is much shorter. Now, when you have the center, you can back off teams in a similar fashion and keep them at a disadvantage. Make sure you are always on the move in Sanhok whenever you are not at the center of the circle. The edges are far more dangerous in this map, with multiple teams crashing into each other as the circle closes in. In the worst case scenario, where you're sure that you won't be able to make it into the safe zone, the heal battle meta has got you covered. Professional teams tend to carry as many healing items as possible, especially first aid kits that are available in abundance in Sanhok. All healing items are then given to one player who stays out in the blue zone and continues to use them while the rest of the team tries a desperate push into the safe zone. Even if the push fails, the heal battle can guarantee you a good placement in the match, as the end circles eliminate most of the teams trying to fight their way in. But if you are confident that you can take the win, you are welcome to take your chances in the guerrilla warfare.
And we're back, and I hope you guys really thought about that question. How many points will Nova get here in the next round? I want to know what y'all's answers are. Make sure you guys go ahead and tweet at myself, HotJuice7 Worlds Gaming, or Glitter. And of course, take a photo of what you're watching, take a little selfie, and make sure you use the hashtag PMPLNA, and go ahead and do that. And hopefully we can see it here on the show. So I'm going to give you guys 3 more seconds to think about what your answer is going to be. 3, 2, 1. The answer is 0. It's 0. It's a trick question. They're not playing here in the next match. So Nova is sitting out of a Sanhok match.
That's
that
good.
Poses a big question, right? You know what? I'm going to start off with you, Glitter, right? Because you're on the Nova fan train. Which team will possibly take Nova's strat here and get those 10 points, huh? Who's going to be the next heal strat team? Who's going to be the next Koi?
I don't know if they'll necessarily go for heal strats. They might. This is probably a little bit out of the blue too, but I think this is an opportunity for a team like Ace of Spades to do something pretty big.
Okay. All right. Ace of Spades is a bold pick. 7?
I was going to say the Chosen, but the Chosen's also sitting out the Sanhok. So I'm actually left out of options. I'm intrigued to see maybe some of the bottom teams that really need the points actually go for it. Hopefully they go for it. I mean, it's easy points, especially if Nova's not playing.
Yeah, how about back-to-back, right? Back-to-back, I think, was sitting in that...
They get too aggressive.
Yeah, they were in 12th place, though. So that is right on the line to play that Livik match. You know what they're going to have to do? Either play that med strat, or like you mentioned, unleash the beast. Just like Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner. How'd you like that one right there? Hopefully we can see back-to-back do that, because they need it. They need it bad here, 7. They need it bad.
Okay, now that I thought about it, I think maybe Korean barbecue lovers would actually probably go for that strat. I mean, we saw what Joy was able to do in that first Miramar, right?
The legend.
We saw him being able to just camp a little bit more, find that thick bush, hide. I think maybe KBL.
Best player on the team. Best player on the team. I'm telling you right now. Joey.
Yeah,
untouchable.
Yeah. I can't say no.
There we go. Untouchable Joey. Will he be the next Koi? That is my question here. You said Ace of Spades. Glitter, you missed that mullet?
I do miss the mullet. I'm not going to lie. I still have my mullet. I was ready for it this season.
Same. Hopefully we can finally bust that out a little bit later. Ace of Spades are currently sitting in 9th place with 138 points. They are right behind Korean barbecue lovers, like you just mentioned earlier. They're got a little bit of a gap. Hopefully we can see them bounce it up here and get it done. All right, next match, Sanhok, Papa Blue. We're about to see it here live. Let's take it on over to Zute and Span Cargo.
All right, we only got 2 more matches before we head into the Livik, so that's 2 more matches for the teams to secure that top 12. You just heard it just now, Ace of Spades and KBL very close to one another around that 12 cutoff. A little bit padding, a little bit cushion. It's definitely safe for them. Or not safe, but a little bit safer. But it is coming down to these last 2 games to determine the Livik top 12 span.
Yeah, it's getting interesting, getting a little bit spicy. And in this one, obviously, there's 4 teams sitting out of this that could be a big difference. As we can see, this plane path is also very much to the northern side. But of course, this is Sanhok, so everybody should be able to continue to get to their usual drop spot. But, you know, with the choices that the Dusk made, choosing Ace of Spades and KBO, I feel like maybe now that Nova isn't in this game, it does kind of open up a little bit. Like I feel like this game is going to be different. Like, I don't know how, but it's going to be different without them there.
One thing that's different is I can't guess who second place is going to be anymore. That's for sure.
True.
That is definitely one difference. And even without Nova being here, if a team were to loot Sami and try and do what Nova does, we saw that happen in another game, and nobody managed to first aid successfully. I think that game that Nova wasn't playing, I think 5th place was the highest placement that a team med stratted to. So yeah, Nova just the only team that could really pull it off. Back-to-back consistent 2nd place finishes. For Circle, it's going to be a tough one. Looking like it's going to be a Northwest Island, but I've seen this so many times and it still pulls back towards the main island. We'll see after the 2nd circle, but this does give back-to-back a really good game, or potential for a really good game, because they were pretty much gifted a win on Sanhok when the circle ended exactly on where J7 is currently. So maybe it might happen again, or something similar where it gives back-to-back a great chance of having a successful game. The Knights struggled on that one. They didn't cross over to the West Island early enough, and they had another team run up into boot camp, and that really slowed them down. So we'll see how they decide to play this one out, as Most Wanted and Ace of Spades taking a fight.
Okay, interesting. Unfortunately, Blinky is already knocked here. QWERTY making the push with the big DBS. A lot of the Ace of Spades members actually didn't even make it where there are buildings, it seems. Versa just swimming across the water now, trying to make it across, while his teammates all the way in cave. That means Complexity all by their lonesome. It's not going to look good. We'll see, though. Maybe Complexity will be able to bring something out of this, but I was going to say, I feel like the strength of Ace of Spades in their fights is their teamwork, and I guess, yeah, we're going to see that that did not work out for them. And I have a feeling Blinky's going to end up bleeding out as well. And that just leaves 2 people left. I don't even know if Versa... No, he made it. He's safe up there.
Yeah, Versa's safe. Alucard didn't have to jump down there. Now he's got to waste some more time to loot up. But the circle being really far kind of gives them even more time, right? Because it's not like they have a priority rotation to make anytime soon. So it's fine that it's going to take them a little bit more time to loot up. And taking a look at the map now, the Knights have already rotated out of boot camp. So there you go. That's that adjustment I wanted to see. I remember it so distinctly clearly that I thought they were going to rotate. They didn't. A team ran into boot camp, and then they lost all control of any foothold on the Northwestern Island. This time around, the Knights playing a nice little 2-2 split, kind of. They have 2 on the Western Island and 2 holding like the ridges. I think they might transfer all of their players. We'll see in a little bit, as other teams still looting up before they rotate on. And yeah, every other team that's like in the east, southeast, that are really far away, they're just going to take their time. There's no rush for them. But some teams like Knights and back-to-back are already rotating to get a good position in the center of zone.
I mean, yeah, they're drops that just gave them prio, right? So they're going to go right for it and try and snap it up. And everybody else, they have to wait for the people in front of them to make that move, just like we were talking about it earlier. So it's going to be a little bit of a rough run, because I feel like you can clearly see, at least from our perspective right now, that there's a couple of teams that are purposely staying in front of some other teams, I guess I'll say. Like, I have a feeling that some people might just be committing to a fight instead of waiting for people in front of them to move, so then they could go ahead and make the rotation happen. Like, I think there are some people that are deciding to be a little bit more aggressive than usual down in that southeastern side.
That's just the way Sanhok plays, and I think teams are figuring it out. Like, if you don't have circle within your reach, within your distance, you're better off just taking the 4v4s rather than the 4v8/4v9 with the blue zone also on you. Like, yeah, that's a lot less favorable than just taking a 4v4. Knights tossing some meds to each other right there as one of the most wanted players does get knocked by KBO. So KBO, yeah, this is one of the teams that you're... Perfect example, right? Not rotating in, getting in front of another team to trap them in and get some free knocks, free points. KBL, love this play out of them. They know rotating in from Pynon, there's no rush. Back-to-back is going to be in front of them. Knights is going to be in front of them. Two teams you don't want to just fight into. So rather that, take a fight with a team that's unsuspecting, and that of Most Wanted. So definitely an easier fight, to say the least.
You already said it, but I'm going to stress it. They came from Painan where KBO came from. And they came all the way down here to Camp Charlie to try and take out Most Wanted. Like, I just needed to stress that. Honestly, I was looking at this and what's happening on the other island. It's crazy. They just want these points so bad. Joey doing a lot of damage to one of the Most Wanted members. There you go. Teammate's going to be able to get that knock. And that's 2 for Most Wanted, just ripped down. There's, you can see the other member of Most Wanted. He's trying to just run away through all of these little buildings here now, but I don't even know how far they can go. You can see he is being chased. All of KBL knows exactly where he is. He's not getting out of here. He just needs to hunker down.
Most Wanted looking like finger sandwiches on a very beautiful plate of free food. You know,
little snacks.
Yeah, you know what? You ever go to an event and there's just like that? They have a lot of free food, but the best ones are always the finger sandwiches, right? It's like beautiful platter, just like right there, and there's a lot of them. Yeah, that's what Most Wanted look like right there, because KBL went out of their way to pick up those finger sandwiches, and that's 4 points. And not just that, medkits. They get more medkits as Angry Amateurs getting caught in a really bad position by the likes of WALLSTREETBETS. I think they did the same thing. They are also just waiting for Angry Amateurs to rotate in into a terrible position, and now they're getting some points for themselves. For finger sandwiches for everybody.
I was like trying to think of instead of little finger sandwiches, maybe we should like apply it to Korean barbecue something, but nothing came to my mind fast enough, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. WALLSTREETBETS doing the same exact thing. They were actually very spread around the entirety of Angry Amateurs in Lakawi. And somehow they pushed them into this one spot on this cliff to the south of it. Like, I don't even know what happened here, but WALLSTREETBETS was also on a mission to take down Angry Amateurs, just like KBL taking down Most Wanted. Ooh, Mayo, he's able to get one back, do some damage so that, did he get knocked up there? I can't quite tell, but now he's the last one alive, so he's going to try and have to fight his hardest if he's hoping to stay alive. But no, WALLSTREETBETS, it was just like, both the teams that we just watched, KBL and WALLSTREETBETS, were just like a huge victory with the teams that they decided to kind of stock out. And I can't even think there's so much shooting happening. What the?
I don't know. Maybe there's some, there might be some context behind that between those two teams. I don't know it. Maybe maybe they've had some BM towards each other. But yeah, Faker definitely letting it be known, like, yo, we wrecked you. Gonna pump 80 bullets into your box, so cool. Ace of Spades now are in front of KBL all the way down there. There's only 2, because 2 of them went down early, but that might cause some trouble for KBL. And yeah, KBL is doing their first aid med strat. They took out the players at Camp Charlie, Most Wanted, for their meds, and now they're going into the Nova territory to pick up more. I really want to see what they could do with these meds, because last time they had 27. They had a lot because they fought with Nova, but then the very last Nova player popped off just a few shots as he was dying to the blue into the other player, and then the other player ended up also going down to the blue zone. So maybe KBO might get a second place finish as, hey, there's a guy right in front of you. Quan reacts in time, goes down. The other player of Ace of Spades already knocked, and Sam should pick this one up for free. Here comes the nade. Perfect. And a 3, 2, 1, and touchdown.
Boom.
Oh,
what?
That looked really close. He's got more. He's got more to throw. So this one should be it. That smoke might. Yeah, that smoke might block off his. Yeah, there we go. Okay. More first aids. I don't know how many Ace of Spades had right there with only 2 players, but KBL already 6 elimination points. That's more than everyone else, and they are nowhere near the circle. So I think we see 2 definitive ways to play Sanhok now. Like, take the fights early, forget the zone, go for the first aids, get the elim points, or play the zone, right? Both work really well.
I mean, I always feel like taking fights early on Sanhok is the way to go because that's the least chance of somebody coming over and third partying. That's where people are the spread out the most at their own looting spots. So if you are able to kind of section somebody off on one extreme part of the map, I do think that's the way to go. That I did get a little bit nervous for the two members of KBL there because the other 2 members are so far away. Like Acer and Joey, they're all the way in Nakam and Sami. That was just like, if the second member, like if Quan went down there, that's KBL down to 2 people. But they were able to kind of turn it back around. And I think you're right. They're definitely going for med stuff because the zone went even further to the north, and all 4 of them for KBL down there, they're just chilling. Not even trying to go north.
Yeah, they're just continuing to med up. The VSS coming out of Nesquik. Oh man. This just gives me flashbacks back to when HITLIST played the game. Shoutouts to HITLIST. He was like the VSS king. Honestly, that gun is... You don't know where you're being hit from when someone's using the VSS. You got the VSS is like quite annoying to get hit by because it's like you don't... The bullets, like, it seems like when it does hit you, it hits you all at once, too. It's not like the M4 where you'll hear the audio cue and then... the bullet hits you and then you have time to react, but instead it's like you don't hear anything and then you're just pelted by like 7 bullets and you get knocked. So I don't know, maybe we'll see a VSS being brought back in the future. I don't know. I feel like they should buff the VSS a little bit just so we could see more of it being used. I mean, it's always fun seeing other weapons being utilized. So I don't know. Food for thought right there for maybe Tencent to implement as we head into the next circle. The second circle did come out, by the way. I think you might have touched on it, but it is still kind of like 50-50 between Main Island and the Northwestern Island.
I didn't actually say that. I just said it went more north, but you're right. And we're about to find out shortly who side it's going to go to. And I actually like all of the members of Knights did go over towards the Western Island at one point, but we can see that Xenox is back there on the other side. Like, he's clearly keeping an eye towards boot camp or even more towards that northern hill where MEZEXIS is to know where this rotation is. And this, oh no, this is going to be pretty difficult. It still has so much water and still has both sides. I feel like, though, it's going to love the compound that Star Gaming is at. I feel like... I actually don't know. I feel like committing towards the eastern side is usually better.
Yeah,
but it's still going to be hard.
Yeah, but at this point, it's like your options are so limited. This late into the game, it's hard to rotate back to the east if you're already on the west. So a lot of teams just got to make do with the best they can. THIRDEYE getting shot up just a little bit. And, oh, he's actually going to challenge right back. He did peek back out for a second, but it looks like he's going to hide in that car and reverse. That's a smart decision. They have vehicles. They can make a full fast send rotation into the zone, as we do see one of THIRDEYE make it into the edge of zone. Now the compound, the Panthers coming in, fighting against MEZEXIS. It's a 4v3 situation. The Panthers at a huge disadvantage as Yahir is on the high ground, and there we go. Yahir popping one, maybe getting a second one from that angle. The nade hits the Panthers. Not looking like anything that we saw in week number 1 Panthers. This Panthers team has just been continuously trending downwards, I'd have to say.
Oh, they really have, and that kind of makes me sad because I was really liking how they were playing the first week, like intensely. Like, I was pretty excited, but unfortunately they're going to go out once again. And that's actually interesting because MEZEXIS, they weren't there. Like, I'm pretty sure the Panthers were at that compound first and MEZEXIS moved over there. I wonder if they saw one of the Panthers or got a knock and decided to make a push off of it, or maybe they just decided to start their rotation towards the north. But I mean, they had a pretty good spot. They had that hill like just to the north of boot camp, so MEZEXIS left that and got some eliminations.
Back to back with a really cool rotation. They actually did leave the West Island, cross into the blue a little bit to get onto the East Island. So that might play out into the late stages of the game. The Knights, meanwhile, did commit to that western island. You see some of them being taken down from the high grounds of Execute and Star Gaming. Knights down to 3, and with the next circle shift, chances are they are not going to get the circle. We'll see very soon as Spec takes some long-range shots, and a lot of teams and players going down now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't decide to go back over to the boot camp side, or at least wait a little bit, because there's a lot of people that are making the rotation on the western side as well. And now they have that compound. I guess they are kind of like the gatekeepers of this bridge to get over to the other side, so they could get a good amount of eliminations off of this. But it really is just, as you already said, like a lot of pressure being put on them from the high ground Execute and even Start Gaming across the water, and THIRDEYE, who's eventually going to be making a rotation up towards them. So it's going to be, I mean, we already said it's going to be hard. And it looks like, unfortunately, it was Kunjun that got to this compound first, and it looks like he's also going to be knocked first, making a little bit of a jump there for Fate to do just a little bit more damage. He's definitely going to be bleeding out there. Actually, his teammate just gets it.
Oh. Yeah, he's going to miss out on that, but the next circle comes up, and it does go right on to Star Gaming, but the Western Island still in zone, so your prediction was right. Knights will now have the edge of zone, and they'll be able to play gatekeep. Back-to-back, still continuing, just leaving boot camp now as Execute looking to pick up these points onto THIRDEYE, but Execute also has to move. I think Fate has been set to try and pick up as many points as he can and camp in the blue as long as possible. Huge spray, but only half of the bullets connecting.
He's really hoping, they're hoping at this point to get these eliminations, I think, because obviously when you make your next push in, you don't want anybody behind you, but also I think they want the points, because every zone that closes on this is just going to get so much harder. So they know that there's people in front of them. There's no way that they're going to make a nice, easy rotation anywhere inside of this next zone. So they're trying to continue to put on that pressure, or at least wait for this blue zone to close more so that other people get in their fights first. So then maybe they'll get a higher placement points. Maybe something opportune will happen as well, such as APHELION Esports spotting out MEZEXIS up above them. If MEZEXIS gets out in the open enough, APHELION could get some nice knocks, and that's clearly their biggest threat, about to be making a push down onto APHELION, starting off with a bunch of smokes to cover up their movement.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get the first set of buildings for free because it's not in zone. The full APHELION team has already moved to the other side of the road. And that first set of buildings, I mean, MEZEXIS can stay in there for a little bit to maybe get an opening to continue pushing, but they will have to commit to this push. And APHELION's got all 4 members with their eyes trained on this MEZEXIS push.
Oh boy, yeah, go on ahead and close your doors. I want to make sure that you're not going to be shot from anywhere else. Of course, we're going to pop back over to the complete opposite side of the zone, though, because Execute, the Knights, finally getting in a fight. Execute did have to just commit to going north, trying to get around the Knights, but the Knights are able to get a couple of knocks onto them. The hit list, and WALLSTREETBETS as well. Looks like WALLSTREETBETS has one down right now. The hit list on the same thing. WALLSTREETBETS, no way! It's actually just one person left up for them. That is unfortunate, as the rest of the hit list, I believe, are just to the northern side. You can see Arsh trying to survive that, but the blue zone was just doing too much damage. I don't even know, though. I had to look. I was like, will he even be able to get these reses onto some of his teammates? I don't think so. That blue zone is just enveloping them right now.
Trick gets the opening knock right there, but one of the APHELION's already down, gets revived. Clown goes down, and 3 of MEZEXIS are down. Clown playing really well to the support lines of Zuki, making sure to stand in that doorway angle. And Zuki, feeling himself after getting 2, won't get the 3rd, but Nate will pick it up. And that's a full wipe and a full reset. Maybe. I don't know. Those windows are looking kind of a bit scary with all those names in the background, but I think he will be safe and pick those players up. Knights now taking a 3v4 with Execute. With that new circle shift, I think the Knights have to commit to this. Chances are they're not going to make it into that next circle alive without taking the likes of Execute.
Oh man, they're trying to use that little dip that they have on that road to their advantage. But you can even see that Xenox here, he can see all of them just on the other side of that little wall. So they got 2. Oh, they didn't realize the Fate was still there. I think they thought that they got everybody that was there. So he was able to get a knock back, but of course Spec brings it back. It's just down to Spec though, because at this point everybody else has been knocked. It's Spec and Jason. So 1v1, you can see how much damage this blue zone is doing. So if either of these guys get even a little bit of damage, just some bullets onto each other, I think that's gonna call it. You can see Jason, he's actually deciding to be aggressive, actually getting shot in the back. He was getting shot in the back from Star Gaming or HQA if I'm not mistaken. So he goes out and that leaves Spec still alive, but I don't know if he'll be able to make it. Star Gaming, they actually moved out of their compound down to underneath this bridge because their compound is no longer inside the zone, and HQA was holding it. You can see how much damage Lubu is doing from their own compound just to the northern side where the zone decided to go.
And we have back-to-back swimming on up. They might surprise Star Gaming, or is Star Gaming aware enough that there could be more players? Oh, after that smoke pops down, yeah, they'll know for sure. It was almost better that they didn't throw that smoke down. Nades raining in from both sides. Oh, it was a molly. 2 of back-to-back. They could still win this fight. Star Gaming only has 3. They just need the opening knock, but it does not look like it's going to go their way. Kill Switch will get 1. Oh, they got 2 already. It's a 2v1. Kill Switch putting in amazing work for the team. It all comes down to Robert, and he gets third party by HQA from the north side. Beautifully done by back-to-back. That rotation to go back to the main island, to go through boot camp, which is what I thought the Knights were going to do, but Knights did not, works out perfectly for back-to-back. So back-to-back, very smart decision, and it's going to reward them heavily.
That was hard. That was hard. They're still inside the zone, though. Really, now it's HQA, 19 Esports, and the 2 members of back-to-back. Even though there's only 2 of them, they could help out in this fight a lot. Especially because they should have an angle into at least some of this compound from underneath the bridge. But as HQA is distracted, there's only 2 of them up. They should be able to get closer. 19 Esports, I don't even think that they're aware that they're over there.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lubu, he's just on fire right now, getting a lot of eliminations underneath that bridge, and now some knocks with these nades. They just leveled the playing field. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, 1 from Cross, 1 from Lubu. Now it's a 2v2v2 because back-to-back is in here as well. Back-to-back should be looking to get extremely close to third party of this. There would not be a better time. Now, with 4 players in 19E down to 1, this HQA defense was nasty, and they're going to take down another one after 1 got revived, and this nade is going to finish it all off. And look at how close back-to-back are on that mini-map. He realized the nade's coming in. He's got to play aggressive. It is a 1v2v2, and back-to-back are here to maybe secure their win on this game of Sanhok. 2v2, HQA, and back-to-back. I think it's going to slow down just a little bit now. Some nades popping in here and there. And Joey, I think Joey's out of first aid, so can't do it like Nova does, where they get a second place no matter what. But a third place, not too bad. The Molly connects, though, for Kill Switch. Cross, 1v2. They got to be sure to not run into these nades, though. And Kill Switch moving in into the shack, pops some shots, and he swings wide and back-to-back.
Wow.
With a very impressive, well-deserved chicken dinner. Kill Switch, my man, 7 eliminations. He put in an insane amount of work. Shout out to Kill Switch. I used to be on a team with them, and he was definitely the guy who also kind of pretty much carried the team that I was playing on with him. So good to see him still doing the same with back-to-back in that game.
Well, there you go. We were wondering when back-to-back was going to be able to go and get another successful game, and it was this one on Sanhok, getting the chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations too. It was a rough one though. I'm honestly surprised that they were able to stay alive that long just because of how many people were surrounding that southern side, but they did it. And we're going to jump right into the highlights to get a little bit of a wrap-up of what we just saw, and then of course back over to the desk.
Excuse my Wall Street Bets impression, dude. They were not messing around there in that last match, yo. But back to back, end up pulling the big chicken dinner in that one. And hey, Glitter, right? Talked about, you know, Korean barbecue lovers. Ended up with a nice little third place finish there.
Yeah, I mean, I think 7 blessed them this time around. 7, you've got the power now. So I'm very proud of you, okay, for your achievements. I mean, they had lots of elims, but I mean, in the end, we talked about the teams, and we keep talking about the teams. You said back-to-back really needed some serious points, and they did that.
They did. 25 total points is what they got in that last one.
Huge.
15 placement points for the first place, 10 elimination points. I mean, that's going to help them big time on the leaderboard here, 7.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, going into this final match, they're going to be sitting in 9th place with 152 points with a big gap over that 12th place. So they don't have to worry about that. More than likely, this team is going to be getting a chance to play that last game. Now, I do want the viewers to keep in mind something, okay? Going into this last game, let me just break it down to you, okay? APHELION Esports is not going to get a chance to play in Livik. They're currently in 13th place, and they're going to be sitting out the last match. Now, when we talk about teams that are possibly going to make it to the Livik match or might not be able to, I'm going to be looking at the Chosen, Ace of Spades, MEZEXIS, because they're going to have teams like Panthers, and I think Panthers and 19 Esports, not even. THIRDEYE is going to get a chance to possibly challenge that, but it's going to be tough for those teams.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough indeed. I mean, at this point here, I mean, we got one more match left to go here in phase 2. We're going to need pretty much a Christmas miracle from those squads if they want to make something happen. But, you know, back to back, they got it done right when they needed it. I mean, obviously, optimally, we would have had them doing this a lot earlier. But hey, you know what? It turned out the way it did, and they got it done right here. One more match left to go. We could still see some pretty big changes here on the leaderboard, 7. I mean, less here in phase 2, because once this is done, top 12 are going to go on to that Livik match, and they could pretty much get some pretty big points there, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that that's one of the things that they need to be focusing now, especially the ones that are pretty much set to go into that Livik match. They need to be focusing on getting as many of those bonus points as possible, because in the event that you have a bad day, or even a bad couple days, you need a little bit of cushion any place that you can get it. So that this bonus match is going to be huge for some of these squads.
You know which team is going to be really happy? Nova Esports. Because at this point, APHELION is not going to make it to that Livik match. They're not going to be able to get points. I mean, if we were to even get close to looking at the overall between phase 1 and phase 2, I think Nova Esports is currently leading by like 100 points. Right now, Nova Esports is setting up a nice lead. And this is what we were talking about in regards to the bonus points earlier when we were talking about them. Like, Nova Esports could, if they continue on these performances, right, and nobody else is really deciding to be consistent, they could possibly start off the finals with a 79-point lead. And this is just me assuming that they will end up, nobody's going to touch them this phase 2 in regards to first place. Phase 3, if they finish in first place too, that's an extra 20 points. And then overall, I mean, if they definitely finish phase 3 in first place, they're gonna finish the overall between all the phases in first place as well. That's another extra 20 points. So Nova right now is just like, keep it coming.
Yeah, and you know, we're gonna hopefully find out here how many teams are gonna move on from the finals to that next phase. You know, and Glitter, I think you made a really good point when you were talking about, you know, those bonus points and how much it can help you when you have that bad day. But I'm going to add on to it even a little bit more. It's going to help you even if you have a good day, okay? That's the problem. Is like there's a lot of those teams that'll have a great finals, but just because of how they did here, they have to have an insane finals just to even catch up. I mean, that's the problem here with this new format. And what I love about it is because every point here is tremendously important with this new format going into those finals, Glitter, right?
Yeah, and you know, there's not a lot of room for mistakes, okay? There's no more broken up league play portions that count towards the super weekends. And, you know, I think that not only do we love talking about it because it makes every single game that much more exciting, but it really puts the pressure on the players. I mean, they can only afford so many bad games, so many bad days of games before the other people that are taking advantage of the new point system are, like you were saying, 7, if that's what happens with Nova, that point gap would be insane to start. Like, imagine if you're the team that goes in and already knows that before the first match even kicks off in finals, you're 80 points behind somebody.
Yeah.
Talk
I mean,
about
Knights,
like mental too.
That's crazy.
Like,
you know what?
To think about it, like Knights right now is sitting in 5th place, so they're not going to be getting, if they stayed at that, right, after we played the Livik and after everything, they're not going to get as much bonus points as they were able to last week. And Nova's just slowly but surely going to just create that gap. And a lot of teams need to start realizing this.
You know what? With this new format, there is no more warming up. Right? And no more warming up anymore. Let's get in here to the next match and the final one here for phase 2. Let's take it over to Zute and Span Cargo.
All right, final match for phase 2, but we still got one more bonus match, which is Livik. So we'll see who gets into the top 12, who firmly secures the top 12 for that amazing Livik match that we're going to be seeing shortly. But we got one more Erangel game to go, and it is just insane to me. APHELION Esports go from being first place overall in week 1 with like 60, 70 something points over the likes of Nova, over the likes of Knights, to week 2 not even making it into the top 12 for their Livik match. Dang.
Yeah, it hurts.
I really thought we had another team to be like, you know, to rep NA. So I think it's fair though, right? Because like the players somewhat experienced, they're not completely new. There's some veterancy to them, but it's like, gotta put in more time. You can't just be that good out of nowhere. So I hope they don't get too disappointed in themselves, right? And too like down and you know, down and out from going from, you know, number 1 to not even top 12. Because like, hey, you guys have something there. You just need to keep building on it and flesh it out. There was a time and period where Nova were like, I wouldn't say the laughing stock, but I mean, they had a lot of eyes on them all the time because it's Nova, right? And they would choke so hard towards the last moments, but they still kept it up. They still pounded it away at the, you know, drawing board. They still put in the time. Countless, you know, players getting switched in and out, but keeping the main core team. And now they're finally here. So as for other teams, especially APHELION, you know, you guys got to put in the work too. So from first to not even top 12, it hurts, but words of encouragement, hey, you guys got something, keep it going.
Oh, and another thing is they're still standing really good in the overall points, like for the entire thing, phase 1 and 2. Like I still even think that they might even be in second still. So even though they're not getting into this Livik match, it's going to suck in that they're not going to get any bonus points. And any lead that they previously had is already gone. It's definitely going to be gone. So that is the part that really stinks. But because I said this earlier, since they allowed themselves to get that padding, I guess they're using it right now since they're kind of falling behind. But they still have a whole nother week. Does look like we already have some violence happening here. One poor member of Angry Amateurs getting pushed by the entirety of THIRDEYE. Oh, he like almost duked him out there, like running right behind him, but there's just too many. There's so many THIRDEYE members that he is gone and out in the blink of an eye.
All right, we'll pick up the first elimination points. The circle, by the way, far on the eastern side. We've seen a few circles over there. Not too many, but we definitely have had a few in PMPL NA. Could be a good circle for KBL or back-to-back, as this is in their kind of home territory, so to say. But it is the first circle on Erangel, right? You can almost never predict anything when it comes to the first circle on Erangel. And we have yet to see a military base circle. Come on, man. Are we going to finish all of PMPL NA potentially without one military base? That would be disheartening to see.
We have a whole nother week and we have finals. I'm hoping. Like, I'm actually hoping for at least one because of the fact that we haven't seen one yet. When it finally happens, it's going to be really interesting to see how people react to it. And I think that the teams that usually drop in military base, I want it to be a game that they're in. Because, you know, like the Panthers that drop down there, Forbros drop down there. There's another team that drops Novo. I believe it's MEZEXIS, right? Like, every once in a while, depending on plane path, like, like I want to have one of those situations because I think it'll be interesting.
Fully agree with you there. Maybe we'll get it into like the final game of the finals or something, right? Like where like some teams are just a point away or a couple points away, and then boom, military circle, complete curveball as THIRDEYE continue their rampage. But now onto the MEZEXIS team. I mean, they took down one of Angry Amateurs, and now they just went full north to continue looting, I guess. And the poor member of MEZEXIS just gets completely blindsided. You know, he's on the edge of circle to the north, and a team pushes him from inside the zone into him. And it's 4 people pushing into him too, so didn't stand a chance. The Panthers, what is going on with this team, man? They were looking so promising. Frady does run one over and gets the high ground though, but it's not looking good. It's like a 2v3 at best for the Panthers.
It is, and right now 3 of them are pushing that one poor member of the Panthers down here, and Moso, there's nothing he could even do. He tries meeting them in that hallway. He does get a knock to 1, but the trade comes through. That means Frady is the last one alive, and you can already see that Sup Pig is pushing him off, making sure that he can't fully make a rotation onto them. That vehicle is smoking, but he does make it there. I don't think he's going to be able to do anything else, like save the rest of his team, but with that DBS, maybe he'll be able to do a little bit more damage onto them. Oh! What? Okay. Yeah, he does get one, but Sup Pig ran down the stairs. He gets that. Panthers, unfortunately, eliminated. No! We were talking about, we were like, what's happening with their performance lately? Like, last week it was so good. This week, it's just... it's just not, it's not good at all. I mean, I will say they were 9th, actually, overall. Like, around there, I think, as of last game. So, not the worst, but not the best. These last 2 matches, it's been horrible.
It might come down to the fact that other teams just weren't warmed up yet, like in the very beginnings of the PMPL, and the Panthers were. Because now, like, it's like every team they fight, they're having issues with. It's not as easy as it was before for them to cleanly take down teams. So other teams either got better or the Panthers got worse. But overall, I feel like as the days have been continuing, everybody has been improving. Everybody's been getting more into the groove of things. So I think that's what's giving the Panthers a lot of issues. And that they will be the first team out. The Knights getting a knock in the elimination feed onto THIRDEYE might be a long-range one as I look at the mini-map. And circle slowly closing in. Some teams have set up, some teams still looting. But it is going to be a slower game in terms of rotations, but definitely not a slow game in terms of fighting because there's already been a bunch.
And what's interesting is the majority of teams have actually decided to set up more along the coast over here on the eastern side. Like, there's so many teams on the coastline, even down by Milta and Milta Power, like just along the coasts more instead of the rest of the zone. Like, I think they're really expecting it to shift once more, either straight to the eastern side or at least southeast. So it'll be interesting to see if the zone does follow that or if it'll kind of surprise people here. And THIRDEYE, I guess they're getting a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. I don't know if they thought that the more members of Angry Amateurs were north and that's why they like drove so far up there and got a member of MEZEXIS, but now on their way back down, having the Knights take your previous spot, that's a little bit of an unfortunate thing, especially a Spec. It's another knock on a peaceful there.
Yeah, don't challenge Spec, man. You got an M16 with a 6X. I don't think you win those long-range challenges. Unless you got a sniper, like a bolt action, and you're good with the headshots, Spec will probably get the better end of that trade. Luckily for them, the Knights aren't going to crash. Knights aren't like a super aggressive team unless if they have to. So you're just going to keep, yeah, look at that. Just peek out a shoulder, and he'll tap you right there. So, THIRDEYE receiving a lot of damage, using up their body armor, using up their meds. Nova here, this is very crazy as we see Dope, Nova, and 4 bros all around this. Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
okay.
No way he stops here to...
What?
Huh?
I don't know. I thought he knew that they were obviously there and he was just gonna like hop out of the vehicle and just destroy them, but that's not what happened. I'm Not entirely sure, but one of the members of Nova does in fact go down, and Dope, they kind of seemed like they're wanting to actually chase this, driving down to the southern side, at least into Forbros just a tiny bit to get a little bit closer. Yeah, Flash like holding it down as teammates might be getting closer. Nova, they just decided to leave entirely, like down to the southeast, like goodbye. They didn't like there's two teams here.
Yeah, no, that's why I was confused. I was like, no way he drives down there and hops out the car, because there was just team on the high ground and team on the low ground. They must have thought it was just one team. He must have thought the team or the knocked at the boulder area was a team on the high ground, but yeah, he just ran into the sightlines of the other 4 Bros players. So a little bit of a crazy mishap right there. That's not like Nova. Usually, I know they've been playing very aggressive this week, but they still do it in an enough calculated manner where they're not mistaking one team for 2. Or they're not mistaking 2 teams as just one team, which is exactly what happened there. Acer, that is... Ooh, he got lucky there. He definitely got lucky. More times than not, you get taken out of their car driving like that.
He definitely got lit up. Look at that, below half HP. Angry Amateurs, though, gonna be a little upset they probably didn't get that elimination, especially since they only have 3 up, and there's an entire team. Like, all of KBL are right beside them right now. So if KBL decides to take out another team on the edge, like, now's their opportunity. They literally just did that in the last match. It could happen here again against Angry Amateurs. I don't think that they're committing to it, though. You can see that 2 of them are up here to the north, and the other 2 are all the way by prison. Actually, they're pretty split apart. You can actually see one of them in the vehicle in that minimap get a little closer. Maybe they are going to commit to this. That would be interesting, because this is something from KBL that was new last game, but we haven't seen like a lot of, I think, over the course of this event.
I think KBL is starting to adapt and play a bit more aggressive, you know, just taking fights for the sake of getting the points. But we're watching THIRDEYE just constantly getting into fights with different teams. Now with Ace of Spades, what? No. Huh? Does he not have any bullets in his M4 left?
Guess not.
I swear I saw like 20 more shots still in his clip when he switched to the Uzi. But, okay. So THIRDEYE getting into a little bit more trouble. We saw KBL do continue that fight with Angry Amateurs as KBL gets a knock and a confirmation. So I think Angry Amateurs are done for now that they're down 2. But we'll see what happens instead with this THIRDEYE fight. Peaceful with the M4 hiding in there. That's a nade on the outside being prepped. And he runs up to the upstairs, and Versa with the double knock with the DP. Oh, the mullet is back. Versa with that DP. Nasty.
Okay, and the nade's coming through. Peaceful's already down, and oh, okay, Angry Amateurs is going to be fully eliminated like we kind of expected there. And THIRDEYE, you're right, they've just been, I don't know what's happening. Are they chasing fights or fights chasing them? Not quite sure, but so much damage has been put into them. There's only one of them left, if I'm not mistaken, and he's totally left. Look at him. He's all the way up here on the northern side. He's not even driving in the direction of the most of the zone. He's just leaving to try and survive for longer in the game.
Yeah. A lot of fights going on early in this game. But then again, it is the last day of the week. The last game for some of these players. And I guess that's how it goes typically on the last matches. Players are just tired. They don't want to play out an entire game. So they just take the fights early. If they win that fight, and they'll keep fighting, get the points, and then if they go out, they're done with the day, right? So, New Circle, far down to the south. Could be a good game for Star Gaming, as one of their players, Huayuya, does look like he's going to get crashed, but Nova immediately backs off, and it looks like they're going to take the western compound on that road. Still a very strong position for Nova and Star Gaming.
Huayuya would have been able to do it, but yeah, it'll be better for both these teams just to go on the opposite sides of the street from each other for now. Just a little bit of aggressive neighbors, especially as the Chosen. They're just driving right by them both, actually, up on this northern side. I guess they're deciding to go into the woods over towards the east as their chosen spots. I think it's a little bit hard to play the woods on the east because you do have a little bit more of the high ground, and it's nice to see all the people below you, but there isn't an insane amount of cover for them. Like, they have some of these ridges and like this little wizard tower, but not a huge amount. And the chosen right now, I think they're all together. Sorry, I'm getting confused by the colors because KBL is also getting close. So you see them in the distance right there.
teams are set up in probably all the power positions in this zone, at least until the next shift. It could go down to the south or the north. 4 players, Star, grouped up together. I think that's fine though, because that compound is a very safe, strong spot to rotate out of, so no need to split up too much. They could have put one up at the tower earlier, but TC has already taken it. Of course, Star Gaming clumped up here because they thought Nova was going to contest them here and crash on. So now with the way it's positioned, TC right above, Star Gaming right there, and the Knights on the edge of zone. Not even on the edge of zone. They're not even in the circle yet. They're going to lose 2 of their vehicles. You see the wheels being popped out already. Some smokes coming down. And, just straight through the smokes. He gets, like, a good 3 shots in. Yeah. Pro players just have a way of hitting targets through the smoke. We saw Nova do it on that Miramar game, and we saw it just now. And one of the WALLSTREETBETS players actually knocked by Tensa. This might actually cause the Knights to turn back around and commit to this fight. Albeit it is out in the blue zone, so they gotta calculate that if they want to take the fight or not.
Yeah, WALLSTREETBETS, I mean, they definitely committed. They were driving back out there to try and take this fight against the Knights, and you're right, yeah, Sanhok, he's going to go back to that building and start looking over, making sure that this res doesn't come through. I don't think that they realize that they can do much, though. Yep, they tried looking for it, and that's all that matters, I guess. Once they realize it doesn't quite work out, they're going to start backing off of that. The res does come through, but this blue zone is on them, so it'll be interesting to see if they will be able to get out of that situation, or if the Knights are deciding to go into the blue and kind of hold them out for there. Does look like another one of them got knocked, actually, so... Wait a second. Okay, I saw like so much damage happening on the map. I wasn't sure what just happened. It looks like the Knights, a couple more members are actually being knocked here. Faker goes down to the blue. And does that just leave 24K for WALLSTREETBETS?
I think, yeah, it is just down to 24K. The Knights ended up losing 1 player. One of them is also knocked, but they should get the reset. Oh, unless if Dope comes here. Dope driving away from the circle, it looks like, to get a third-party action in. This is just nasty, but Spec with that M16. You gotta watch out for Spec, man. He's been using that weapon for a long time before it even became super popular, so he is very precise with those headshots. But Spec is caught in a tough spot. Xenox does get revived here. Coops getting in the car, and they will manage to eject out of this safely, and if anything, Dope end up losing 1 player. Oh man, Dope had 4 and they end up losing 1 with that great opportunity. That could have been played better in my opinion.
Did they have all of them there? I feel like they only had sent a couple of people over there, but they are losing at least 1. I don't think
I mean, they had the manpower to do something there.
That's true. If all of them have actually wins, like they were super spread out. Like I think Flash was so far away over towards the eastern side, but yeah, if they're all together, I feel like they could have actually cleaned that up. But since they were so spread, like nothing came out of it.
Yeah, the circle closing in now. The new zone, by the way, does favor Star Gaming. Star Gaming right in the center. Nova's still with a good spot, mainly because his position is so strong to work with. Unless if the 4Bros team pincers them in and pushes them. I've seen a lot of successful and unsuccessful pushes from 4Bros position into the Nova compound. But Nova with only 3, they'll have a little bit more of a challenge defending, as Inactive almost gets run over, but that forces them out of the grass, and Dope will pick up that elimination point.
Okay, yeah, it looks like most fights are going to start happening up here on the northern side. Is Dope, Ace, we got the HITLIST, KBL are just driving around at this point, just running into each other, doing damage. Knights also getting involved, getting a nice knock onto one of the KBL members. Not going for the flush just yet, it seems. Maybe they're waiting for the rest of KBL to start peeking on over so they can do even more damage. Inside that shelter, they're no longer inside the zone though, so KBL, they're going to have to start figuring something out and quick. There's only 2 of them left though against almost like the entirety of Knights. That's not ideal. So they're going to take something close, but I'd still be worried about the Knights doing something from their current position.
Yeah, KBO could have a strong position in this zone because they did start off their loot right around shelter, but we saw they forgave that, or they gave that up. Taking a fight, so now facing the consequences. So they pick up the 4 elimination points onto Angry Amateurs, but now they don't have prio rotation into a good spot, and they're struggling now. Next zone coming out, Ace of Spades is still just always, I feel like every time the camera's on them, they're in some type of fight, and they're up to 6 eliminations. They've been fighting a lot this game, and a great nade by Blinky. 8 eliminations now for the likes of Ace of Spades, and the circle has hard shifted to the southwest. Nova getting that circle blessed if they can hold down the compound, though.
I didn't expect that at all. It's like so unfortunate, honestly, for Star Gaming and The Chosen that had such good spots previously. And actually, The Chosen decided to take this fight. They're not even inside this zone, but I guess that this is a stepping stone that they wanted to try to go for first. Right now, The Chosen is not looking good whatsoever. It's just down to Sup Pig. Actually, Oppa is still up 2, but he's barely any HP. 2 members left for Star. Let's see what Nesquik and Brian are going to be able to do from here. I don't think that nade's going to do any damage, but they're actually deciding to make the push out of this. At least they're together for right now. They're turning this into 2 1v2s if they push into that room together once that util's done. Nope, down the stairs. Sup Pig once again. You'll be getting another knock. It's actually the Star Gaming that gets eliminated out of this. The Chosen still alive but super damaged. Now have this very edge of the zone. They could potentially continue to play this. It's not ideal, but they do at least got those eliminations.
Yeah, Oppa with a beautiful drop shot there. Acer over the top of the Knights now, landing a beautiful nade. Here's the second one, a Molotov actually. And the last player of the Knights caught in the blue goes down. And that is the Knights taken out. Execute was also shooting them from distance. Now you see Acer, last one up for KBL. He's got to huff and puff his way into zone. No vehicle, far away from the circle. Execute still looking his way. Execute has 4 members. Next zone, they have to move on down. I think they're going to take the crash with the Nova team. They don't have any other sightlines elsewhere. So unless they make a YOLO rotation, this Nova crash should be happening right now. And Execute, they can make it work. I've seen them play aggressive like this before, or they might go somewhere else. Following them on the minimap, they're going to go for a YOLO rotation, but great cover. It was a bait. It was an opening, perfectly done by Execute. Now it's a 4v2.
Yeah, this is exactly what they were looking for. Unfortunately, Telly did go down, but there's still 3 of them left up. Jason, goes down as well. Yeah, now that's a 2v2, if I'm not mistaken. 2 of them are in the complete opposite building, though. I don't know if the other 2 members of Execute would go on ahead and make a push off of that, though. I feel like it's super dangerous, especially as only 2. So this might just be a little bit of a stalemate for now. 2 teams here in these buildings as a 2v2.
Every time we see Execute, man, I swear, they have the right idea, but it's always just mistakes happen and it's poorly executed, right? Like, where was Jason's vehicle if he was going to play that position for Overwatch? Because he knew he wasn't in zone. He needed to go in fast. He was running down in the open, and it's just like, if you're going to run down in the open, you may as well have the team members slam the compound to help you out with that. But the team members slammed the other compound instead, so it's just... you know, confusion for me. The idea was there, but just all over the place. Now it's a 2v2 between Nova and Execute as this next circle shifts away from the both of them. So they will have to continue to engage in this fight. It's down to Solo and Fate versus the likes of Kindness. Oh, that's always a problem to be had if you're having to fight Kindness. And another member of Nova, TC on the other side, has crossed the road really close to Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades doing a great job navigating the terrain this game, using like more obscure locations into the late game. That hillside, very playable this late into the game.
I think that's why they ended up waiting over to the eastern side for the longest time, and exactly why the Chosen wanted this spot. And it looks like they're trying to take the fight with each other. They need to get rid of the Chosen to really get... get the full potential of this spot. Unfortunately, one of the Ace members does go down. Mambe is out, and that just opens up. So many rotations just happen actually. Back to back gets closer, and so does 4 Bros. It's Nova that gets out first. Execute actually winning up there, but now they're gonna have to start peeking on over. And as you can see, the Chosen and Ace being right below them, they're probably just gonna be running right on into this. Right now, Ace, it's looking a little rough, but if Execute's rotation potentially straight into the Chosen could change things up.
Execute wins that fight with Nova, and we still have 4 players of back-to-back.
Yeah.
I think they're probably gonna win this match, giving them the back-to-back chicken dinners.
True.
So, like, man, this team is just either really hot or really cold. Always a enigma. so to say, as he is playing right now for a back-to-back. But yeah, we have 3 teams stuck on the north right next to each other, and back-to-back has full control of the southern half of the circle.
Yeah, getting rid of Forbros to the west definitely helped out a ton. Execute. And next to be gone is going to be the Chosen with Ace and Execute focusing on them. Then those teams are going to fight, and then back-to-back is just going to come on in and hopefully try and clean it up. I think that's the order of events that are potentially going to happen, maybe roughly around those. And it looks like Ace of Spades actually might be trying to go a little bit sneaky once again. They're not hard hitting into the Chosen anymore as Blinky is trying to crawl away. So this might be up to back to really start the fighting here. All these teams seem to kind of be trying to lay prone and kind of stay quiet, except for Execute.
Oh, beautiful shots right there from Fate. Spots him out last second and gets the knock, and he might be able to spot out Blinky. The grass is pretty thick though, as you can see. Every time he scopes in, not able to see the players at all. New circle pops up. It does favor back-to-back, so back-to-back should be taking this. Now it's a 4v2 as everyone is eliminated. Execute up to 10 eliminations.
Wow.
Like, this team, they're good. They have the capabilities, but it's just like some synergized push is just not there. But let's see what they can do in a 4v2. Back-to-back have control of pretty much every vantage point.
Yeah, they got to clean it up a little bit, but we'll see if they're able to at least easily get some knocks onto the edges of the back-to-back members, like either in Kill Switch to the east or Enigma to the west. They could have something happen here, but it has to be very, very clean, very, very careful. And I just said that they're a little bit messy right now, so we'll see. It's down to Solo and Fate to make this happen. I think that they're kind of settling down, realizing the predicament that they're in. They need to wait for an advantage. Nice. Fate does spot out Kill Switch, is able to do a little bit of damage, but he really needed that knock, I feel like, if they're really hoping to make a move. That knock needed to happen, so then they could have rotated over to the eastern side to even be in zone. But now the blue is upon them. They're going to force them forward, and back-to-back is going to be able to see them come over that ridge soon. Kill Switch actually coming back as well is just going to solidify that.
I love how back-to-back put one player of Kill Switch there. He's just basically caused it so troublesome for Execute to just move into the circle. And that's going to force them right next to each other. And Kill Switch with a beautiful nade. It's just all down to Fate 4v1. Fate might knock one. He does get one, but the rest of the players all coming in. And that is back-to-back with a back-to-back chicken dinner. I think this team is making a statement here. Like, hey, they don't count them out, even though they did really terribly for I think an entire week or most of the week. But now they're bringing everything back, and it's just like they're still setting themselves up in a position to potentially win the finals because they're getting themselves those bonus points by getting these points here and now.
I feel like they're focusing more on their macro play right now. Like, aren't you noticing they're kind of staying on the down low and making those nice rotations, and then they're actually getting into the end game, and that's where they're getting those eliminations. Last game they got 10 eliminations. This time they got 7, and they weren't really getting them until the end happened. So I think that they might be focusing on that, and I think that's what's making them succeed for right now. So I'm hoping that might be what they're thinking, and that they'll continue that. But we're gonna go take a look at some highlights, and we're not done yet, because after this it's gonna be Livik.
Hey, that's back to back with the back-to-back chicken dinners right there. That's something that we've been waiting to see, and they do it right here towards the end in back-to-back fashion. I mean, how many times have we seen this happen here? 7.
I mean, this is usually what back-to-back is kind of known for, right? They wait either halfway through the tournament or towards the end of the tournament, and then they end up performing. I'm not a big fan of it. Let me just put it out there. But if it's working for you, congratulations. Something to point out, though, is on those back-to-back wins, we have seen a new player in their squad, and it has been Enigma. So I wonder how much that is coming into play, and if we are going to continue to see Enigma a lot more in the coming days.
Yeah, I will say this one thing, though. Whenever you do have a roster change, it's like a phenomenon here in NA. It's like you have a roster change, and then something could go right. Let's just say you get, a little bit more zone blessed than before, or, you do get, or another team happens to make a mistake. When you kind of get that chicken dinner done, it's like all of a sudden in your brain, it just like triggers like, oh, that was the problem. It was that one particular player. Now we're unstoppable. And with that new driven energy, then you kind of do become unstoppable. I mean, we should kind of make a name for this. What do you think, Glitter? What should we name this phenomenon?
The replacement. The renewed replacement energy.
Yeah, the renewed replacement energy. Yeah,
RRE. The RRE.
The RRE, the renewed replacement energy. We've seen it work before. Right? I like it. Because that's what these players are saying after they get that chicken dinner. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness. Beautifully
Let's talk
executed.
about Livik.
Yeah, let's talk about Livik. Livik, here it comes. 1 match total. The point system is going to be a little bit different. We'll get to that here in a second. But yeah, this is going to be an additional game for the top 12 teams. And these top 12 teams, it's going to help them here for this overall, for this phase. And we're going to see who at the end of all this is going to get all those bonus points here, Glitter.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be massive for the teams that did make it through. And I'm excited to see what type of a boost this will give the squads, because the way everything closed out today, I mean, Execute stepped up. Chosen had a really solid day back-to-back. If you're wondering how they got their name, you asked that question last time. Jukes didn't get a super thorough answer. It's because of stuff like this.
It's insane. It's insane. You're right, 7. I'm not a big fan of this strategy either, especially here with this format. I think it's not a format to kind of wait until the end. But hey, if it works out, it works out. And they're the back-to-back champs for a reason. Let's see if it all does in the end, though. Before we do that, of course, we got a great video for you guys, and we'll be right back after that.
After experiencing all the thrills, highs and lows of the spring season, we are back again with some fresh PUBG Mobile action. The best of North America will lock horns once again in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall 2022 season to determine who can claim the trophy. And to top things off, we have a fresh new format for teams and viewers to experience.
The league stage will consist of 3 phases, where every team will play 4 out of 5 matches per day. After 5 days, the top 12 teams of the phase will play an additional match on Livik. This process will repeat for each phase, with scores resetting to 0 and the groups being shuffled. The combined scores of the 3 phases will be used to determine the top 16 teams, who will then move on to play the finals. Depending on the team's placements in the 3 phases, teams will also be awarded bonus points. All teams have 4 chances to earn bonus points. 3 times based on their phase rankings and 1 time for their overall league stage ranking. In the finals, teams will start with the bonus points that they accrue over the league stage. This means that teams who do well in the league will get a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will consist of 3 days with 6 matches played out per day.
The top 5 teams from the finals will move on to the regional championship. And the top team will be declared the winners of PMPL North America.
No, wow, that's how you get it done right there. Look, Livik coming up next. We keep on talking about it. The third party king. All right. Now, my question to this, I'm going to ask you, Glitter. Okay. How many teams are we going to see grab that M10 shotgun?
Everybody.
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them. That's the right
All of
answer.
them.
That's right. You ready to see some of that shotgun madness?
Yes, I actually
Seven?
am.
Oh, I 100% I am. I mean, I'm actually intrigued to see how some of these teams are going to perform. Now, some of these teams, especially some of the teams that played the last Livik, are going to get a chance to play it again. They might now have an idea of what to expect, that they are going to be getting into a fight to finish it fast and not take a long time. If you're going to get into a fight that's maybe going to take longer than, I can honestly say, 30 seconds in Livik, just back away from it. Think about your positioning within the circle. I mean, Nova was able to do great last week because they really didn't have to rotate that much. They were able to clutch up with those 12 points from the win and also 9 eliminations. So for a lot of teams, you mentioned it perfect. Third-party king. This is what we're going to be calling this map from now on. A lot of them are going to get a chance to get a lot of eliminations. It just comes down to who's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there. You got to have that internal clock because once you shoot one shot, that is like an alarm for every team nearby here. So we got an interview with the last Livik, right? Winning champions Nova. So why don't we go ahead and roll that? What are your real expectations for this upcoming split? I mean, I know for you guys, it's like first or last, but I mean, what kind of pressure, what are you really looking forward to?
For this season, our main goal, obviously, is trying to get a slot for the PMGC that representing NA. And yeah, like getting first place is definitely one of our goal. And from last season, you know, we actually, you know, suffered, you know, watched, you know, we like first place was so close and, you know, we're second place and didn't get the invite to PMWI. So yeah, we're just trying our best because yeah, that's just how we are.
Hey, you know what? Speaking of PMWI, we just passed recently. You know, we saw back-to-back. You know, the only North American team there. They finished in 10th place. What are your thoughts about that?
I think they did a good job. Like compared with like the rest of the 2 days, like they definitely played better. The first day was a little bit rough. I was definitely probably there on a new phone and also not getting used to how other teams play. But you know. 10th place, definitely better than their last performance in PMGC.
Hey, it's good to see them adapt, at least towards the end, right? But hey, hopefully we'll to see how fast you guys adapt on that stage here in the near future. All right, next question I have here is, you know, what do you think caused your second place finish last split, and how will you get the championship title this split?
For the last season, most of the the reasons why we got second place mostly because we made some small mistakes here and there. You know, we could get a few more points in like some other map and here and there. And basically, you know, like every points count, and that's how PUBG Mobile competitive works. And we just have to seize every opportunity.
Best interviewer NA.
Oh,
Every
she
time.
fought.
Every time.
That's
It's
what
not
I'm
even
talking
close.
about. He's got the questions ready. He's lethal. That is how you get it done. You know, big shout out to Shifa there with Nova Esports. Put them hashtags NovaStrong in the chat. I'm going to ask you, Glitter, crunch the numbers for me right now. What are the odds that we're going to see a back-to-back Livik win from Nova?
Very high. Unless multiple people go for them. Game
Good
time.
enough for me. Good enough for me. Let's go ahead and get this game time going. It's on to Livik. Let's take it over to Zute and Span Cargo.
All right, the back-to-back Nova Livik win or the back-to-back Livik win for back-to-back? Because back-to-back has won 2 in a row. So they could win 3 in a row and be back. So many backs. I'm confused also. Anyways, what's not confusing is that this is Livik. This is 12 teams. This is, as Seven mentioned, third-party central. So if you get into fight, you better get it done quick. And we're starting off in the Northeast, which means we will see players dropping in the Northeast, which is that snowy, mountainous terrain that is all so beautiful. And we might actually see some fights happen as the hit list dropped right smack in the middle of a few split players of the Execute team.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to see up there at all yet. Like last week, we had like 2 very similar plane paths after that one restart, and it was just both over to the western side, if I'm not mistaken. So this finally going up into that snowy area, it's gonna be interesting to see some fights happening. You're right, Execute super spread out could realize that the hit list is in between them and go for that. But first, there's gonna be a fight between KBL and the Chosen. Quan unfortunately getting caught out by himself against 2 members of the Chosen, but KBL on the other side already had gotten a knock onto them. Let's see how it's going to go now, though. Now it's down to a 3v3.
And it's always this city. Last week we saw 2 teams fight in this city and nowhere else. And once again, 2 teams fighting in the city. And 2 different teams. This time it is the Chosen and KBL. The Chosen right now definitely on the back foot with only 2 players up. KBL having 3. And I don't think Suppick has any meds as he has been low HP this whole entire time. And that is the Chosen done. But back to back, very close by, looking for that third party. You see them right over that mountaintop. And this fight has gone longer than 30 seconds. So they need to move quick. And they definitely need to be aware. See, Acer already peeking out through the windows to make sure they're not getting third partied.
I'm pretty sure Ace actually stole one of those eliminations over there as well. So they were able to pick that up. Yeah, Versa over towards that eastern side, I think, got that flush onto one of the members there. So that was a really nice knowledge and peek over there to see what's going on. And you're right, there's more action happening now in the very center of our first circle here. WALLSTREETBETS, they usually are good at having a really strong team fighting, but it's back to back. And as of right now, in these last 2 matches, they're feeling themselves. They have this momentum going. They are a little bit more spread out, I feel like, than I would like. But they might be able to kind of bring this back, especially as Polo is going to get a knock and eliminate at least 1 member of WALLSTREETBETS.
Back to back, doing good for now. I don't know how good their loot is because there's not too many buildings here. And it looks like they were kind of contesting WALLSTREETBETS for half of the area. Killswitch getting a nice angle. And yeah, just no vest, level 1 helmet. Skipper here, WALLSTREETBETS definitely looking better, but they're down a player since they managed to loot the power plant. Yeah, the power plant, that's what it's called. I gotta learn the city names for this map, man. Livik, we're playing Livik now. We don't see it too often. As Star Gaming and MEZEXIS in the southwest taking a fight. And the first circle, by the way, is towards the southwest, so we might get a very interesting ending.
Yep, down here in the refinery. Oh, Hayuya, who's usually like the star player of Star Gaming, unfortunately gets taken down right here by Remix. The rest of MEZEXIS, I actually feel like he's the furthest one over for MEZEXIS. His other teammate, as you can see over there, Flawless, pretty far away, and Active is even further. MEZEXIS, they're going to start being surrounded by the Star Gaming team, and I don't know if they're going to have the manpower to actually be able to succeed and win this. Flawless actually taken down, and right as I'm talking about that, Remix is the only person left over here in Active. He's so far away. It's Remix is on his own.
Yeah. There's zip lines in play too. Unfortunate for Remix, there isn't one by him, and Nate goes in, forces him out, but he also eats a bullet of damage, and that's the go-ahead for the 2 players to push in. Zigzag left and right. Another tag. Remix 1 HP. Probably done for here, getting pushed from both sides, and also a Molotov. And oh, that was his own.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, not much you could do there, right? So, this is the zone. Taking a look at the teams right now. A lot of teams still very far away because, you know, this isn't a really rotational sided map. It's more like a fight your way in, and we see 2 teams already taken out with multiple players from multiple teams taken out.
And you can see Inactive actually decided to drive into this situation, so I definitely don't think he's going to be able to get that res on the Flawless that's been crawling this entire time. Look at him over there. Wait, can he actually?
Oh, if there was a doorway. Is that a doorway?
I think it's too late. Yeah.
That's a door.
Imagine seeing your teammate but just can't getting to him. That feels
it's
so
amazing.
bad. I mean, I wouldn't know. Like,
yeah, I mean, we don't play this map, and even the comp players, they probably don't know the map too well. At least the buildings, right? That was funny to see. He saw inactive. He ran up there and he's like, I see you, but I can't get to you. I'm sorry.
I would have been screaming. At least the rest of Star Gaming don't know where he is, so at least the inactive is still alive. But obviously, it would have been better if there was 2 still up. But oh man, that's so unfortunate. It looks like the majority of the teams have decided to stay towards the center, though. You're right in that not everybody has made their rotation on in. We're still waiting for Nova, HQA, Execute. Ace is still a little bit on the slower side, getting in here to get towards the center, but there's still like 4 or 5 teams actually down here in the center as of right now.
Yeah, we did learn something from last week as Old Coops is getting very close to the Nova team, the Nova players. I think they each heard something because they immediately both stopped. And okay, well, they definitely know there's players here. Now that a nade is being thrown out, this is a 3v4 situation. Nova with only 3 players here. They always play split. This might actually bite them in the butt this time around as the Knights player, they're committing to this push.
Yeah, the last member of Nova, he's definitely booking it on over here, but the fight has already started. Coops getting a knock to eat. Oh no, I think another one going down there. Tenza is actually the one that goes down. So it's 3 people left, 3v2. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get onto the roof for now. They're just so many nades. Oh, I had a feeling that was going to happen. A nade after another. Xenox and Spec, just absolutely disgusting utility usage. Nova, all of them are knocked except for Koi, and he is to the east of this right now. Like, I could tell he was booking it here. His little dot was moving so fast, but it's too late, and Coops is just going to finish him off with a couple of punches there.
Might actually be to concern. Never mind. They looted mid-steam. They should be good on ammo. So punching them out for the sake of punching him out. Nova won last week's Livik, but that's because the zone landed on them pretty much every single time. So now you see, if you don't get zone blessed, Livik becomes a whole different type of beast. And another thing I want to mention, we learned last week on Livik, you could also medstrat. We saw the second place team for Livik medstratting out in the blue. Execute might be looking to do that because they came in from the far northeast, booting up a lot of things. As HQA now getting involved, oh, they really wanted that opening if they wanted to take this fight. Now it's a 4v4. And oh, he gets opening, but a beautiful trade. It's like they're just so in sync with one another. And that nade might actually thirst or hurt Faker a lot, and oh no, it does not connect.
Yeah, I was really interested in what was going to happen if HQA was going to get that first knock, but since he got knocked back, they're just not going to push or do anything on it. It does look like Faker will get rezzed. Those nades doing a little bit of damage to Cross as he was getting that, but now it's kind of back to, once again, HQA. Are you going to continue to push onto this, or are you going to figure out a different rotation? It actually looks like the Knights are backing up just a tiny bit, but we're going to see where this first zone is going to close. Okay. And it's going to pull over towards the eastern side a bit, but still the majority of the teams are in here. And Koi. I'm sure Koi is also going to be doing the Metra as well as Execute. Back to back, though, finally, once again, is the action against Ace this time, though. Both these teams I'm really interested in watching, so this is really exciting for me. It does look like each of these teams does have 1 knock so far. Back to both of them seem to be pausing to get those results as well, so it seems like a big reset for both.
I feel like this is a very even matchup when it comes to just straight up 4v4 fighting, right? Ace of Spades, really strong team. We've seen them a lot of 4v4s, and then you have the veteran team of back-to-back. It's a 50-50 for me. Either team, I feel like, if neither of them gets third party, that is, has a good chance at winning this. And positionally, it looks pretty stalemated for now. Back-to-back does have 1 angle across the way of Enigma. He cannot get knocked. If he does... Okay. Enigma gets knocked, and now it's a 4v3, and the Ace of Spades have the huge advantage now.
Yeah, it does look like J7 did spot one of them out, but just can't get the hits from behind that fence there. Blinky with another big nade, actually getting the knock on Apollo. So now there's only 2 of them left here, and unfortunately Killswitch trying to do something by jumping out of the building. They're just going to be shot down as well. Blinky actually getting 2 of them, I believe there. Versa, though, cleaning it up in the end, I think. Back-to-back, unfortunately eliminated. They're not getting the back-to-back wins.
Well, they are going. They are getting back. They're getting back to the lobby. That's one back that they're going to. So, did they even manage it? They got 1 bonus point in the Livik match. That is it. Definitely wanted to look for more, but hey, they got into this Livik match because they did manage to get into the top 12. So still looking okay. You know, with those 2 chicken dinners that they had towards the end. But now the game's down to, we still have 4 teams with 4 members still up, so it could still go either way, and the circle could still shift in any direction. Maybe towards Execute potentially to the northeast of Midstein, or if it does center right up, it'll go right onto the Knights.
This zone is still really big too. Like, I'm even surprised actually that KBL is now right next to Ace, like, already. Like, where did they come from? They just finished up this past fight, and now KBL is obviously there hoping to kind of pick it back up, but they haven't started the fight just yet. I wonder if Ace is even aware. It seems like both sides are trying to be a little bit sneaky, but we're just gonna have to wait for that action to actually pop off, it seems. Start Gaming and HQA. Maybe they're the next team to fight. They're kind of doing damage to each other down there on the southern side, but do you really want to commit to getting into a fight right as this zone is about to close? I don't think so. So maybe they're going to hold off and just hold their breath until this pops, and to the north it goes.
Good zone shift for Execute. They have, if I'm not mistaken, there's some mountainous terrains right around there that Execute can use to get high angle advantages onto everybody else and manage to fight their way in if they don't get the next circle. We'll see very shortly how this one plays out, but the Knights have to be a little bit careful on their southern side because they will have HQA potentially pushing up into them. As for Star Gaming, you see them on rotation here with only 3 players. They got into a very early fight with MEZEXIS, so down a man right there, but they do manage to have 4 elimination points, which I feel like in Livik is better because you only get 10 points for a chicken dinner, unlike the 15 in the other maps. So a little bit more skewed in favor of getting the elimination points versus placement points.
Yeah, I mean, those less teams got to go on ahead and adjust to it. So them starting off with 4 as of right now. Like, it's getting towards the end game, too. So Execute with 4, Ace of Spades with 5 already. Like, once this next zone close, it's going to be almost perfect. Whoa, no way! Do you see that? Nemesis, I could have sworn it was going to be over for him, but he basically, like, turned on Sam, I feel like, in that moment. And he's going to survive so far. Joey's nade, though. That might be it. Yeah, he didn't leave that small room there, so Joey's going to get that re-knock back. There's only 2 of them left, though, against the rest of Ace of Spades.
Yeah, 2v3 and Ace of Spades. I think they should be able to keep track of the fact that KBL is down to 2. Not as many players in this lobby, so it should be a little bit easier for them to keep track of the elimination feed. So this is a fight that they should take aggressively so they could get the revive and not let their 4th player bleed out. We'll see what they do. As smoke's being thrown, so they want him to crawl over in the smokes. I would rather KBL or Ace of Spades just take the 3v2, have like 1 person covered and 2 just pressure really hard by getting close to the KBL team. But of course, you can also play a bit more careful. Acer and Joey, the deadly duo. You never know what these 2 can do. So keeping a close eye on this fight. They really want to get that revive, though, as you can tell.
Yeah, and KBL really does not want them to. Ooh, Nemesis taking even more damage. If they don't get him soon, it's going to be over.
Oh, the Knights got him.
Oh, you're right. You know what?
Got him.
Yoink. And I guess Ace of Spades doesn't have to worry about trying to get that res anymore, though. I wonder if they're going to try to be more aggressive onto KBL now that they don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I think so, maybe. Blinky already peeking on over, trying to do some damage to Joey on the edge. Unfortunately, is not going to hit. And KBL, I guess they are keeping that pressure that you were hoping for. They're just not, they can't really commit fully to making this big push, though, because it's going to be hard. They're trying, though. Blinky, though, shuts it down, instant down and flush, almost getting Acer as well.
Yeah, they have the zone also, so they could just sit tight and wait for Acer to push in. The zone shifted a little bit towards the eastern side. Execute looking really good. The Knights having to gatekeep HQA, and WALLSTREETBETS and Star Gaming very close to each other, potentially also going to get into a fight on their way into zone. Acer, only one first aid kit. He's not going to be able to do any type of med strat here, but might be looking to deny a point or just waiting it out as long as he can.
Ooh, a lot of shots starting to ring out. Looks like WALLSTREETBETS will be eliminated. I think there's only one of them left, and now the Knights taking a lot of damage from HQA. No, Star Gaming, actually. They're all running over there now with HQA behind them is why I was a little bit confused, but one shot coming through from Tenza. Oh, there we go with the shotgun that we were waiting for. We'll have Star Gaming out, eliminated, and HQA are trying to sneak forward. I'm actually surprised that they're laying prone, literally sneaking towards them. I feel like I would have tried to get in on that action, but it's too late now. The rest should already be happening for the Knights.
We see Ace of Spades. They finished off the last player. Now they're moving in. They're going to wrap in a little bit more towards the north. Execute pretty much with full control of the zone. They have a 2-2 split going, 2 controlling the northern side and 2 controlling the southern side. And it's risky. They have a lot of control, but the second one of their player gets knocked to the likes of HQA or the Knights, that's a very, strong team that's going to push in all together.
I agree. There's also, this zone is quite interesting in that it kind of chose neutral territory. Like every team is having to move for it. Ace has already made it in. The Knights have just made it in. Execute has some people in, but HQA, they're the ones that are suffering right now, and Faker actually goes down to the zone here. Crystal Pig is so low as well. Oh, that's why. So many people have actually spotted them out that I don't think they could be able to make it forward from doing all this damage. Lubu, he was actually super far down to the southern side of his team. I had a feeling that he was going for meds, so he might be able to stay alive for a while longer. And Execute, taking advantage of these big rocks, they're able to see a lot of people. More knocks onto Ace of Spades as well. They actually are in control of holding people out from here. The zone closes towards them again.
Yeah, Executes. The split worked out. Jason was probably holding the most crucial location. It's great that they put Jason there. You saw how accurate his long-range shots were. Earlier, I commented it on another M4 spray where it's like, it looks like long distance and difficult to hit, but Jason, that's the caliber of these players. That spray was just the pixel of the head, and he nailed that perfectly, which was huge because it relieves the pressure from the north. Now he can fully focus on the Knights on the south. The Knights still have 4 though, but they're backed into a corner. Execute should really focus in deep on the Knights since Jason already hurt. Oh no, Telly getting ran over a little bit and suffering some fall damage, and this is why Jason needed the help. Jason picking up for just a little bit, takes so much damage from the Knights, but he still fires back over to Ace of Spades, and Knights are pressing in hard off of that knock that they saw in the elimination feed.
Man, Blinky, only being one person left up for Ace of Spades. I don't think Ace of Spades really has anything else to do in this game anymore, but you can see that Execute still trying to get that one last elimination. They do need to focus fully onto the Knights, though. There you go. The nade does finish up Blinky, though, so they should be able... Yeah, I agree. That was a really long throw. They should be able to fully focus onto the Knights now, but they ended up getting much closer than I feel like I like. They're now on these buildings. Let's see if this other nade will be as successful as the last one. Unfortunately not, but now the Knights, since they're in these buildings, I feel like they have a pretty good start. Fate, though. Okay, there we go. Spec goes down. The zone closes again. It's on this little building that Execute is closer to. Execute might be able to actually lock this down here.
Yeah, another great nade toss right there for the Execute side of things. Xenox trying to make one hit, does a little bit of damage. He'll get the revive, and that's fine because Execute have the zone. They'll let Spec get revived up because they have the blue zone to their advantage. Coops, by the way, is med-stratting, I think, in the blue, so Coops will not be pushing in. And when I argue you should get Coops in the close range, and another nade by the Execute. That's 3 for 3. Xenox, close range, so very dangerous, goes down to that shotgun, and it is looking like an Execute when Tensa gets 1. There's 3 more, and 1 HP can't do much. They just want the point and the jump over the top. That is Execute getting a Livik win, and lo and behold, Nova, Medstratting, second place. Sanhok and Livik is the second place Medstrat for Nova.
Yep, they got that second place. Like, just like I saw Coops, like, just beforehand. That was really close. But Koi, how does he do it? We'll never know. Of
He's just
course,
better.
that was that was a great win though for Livik for Execute. So they're rolling in the bonus points right now.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Nova, we saw this week, just completely skyrocketed their lead, and also skyrocketing their lead even more in the bonus match of Livik. So we'll be right back with some highlights, and then we'll have the desk close everything out.
It's Execute. They get that big chicken dinner there for that Livik match. And of course, Koi getting that nice second place as always. Of course, gotta give a big thank you to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partners here for the PMPL. I hope you guys have been enjoying this show and keeping up with everything. Make sure that you hit that subscribe button on that PUBG Mobile Esports channel. And as well, you're following the Twitter. And anytime you talk, make sure you use that hashtag PMPL. And hey, they got to use that hashtag, 7.
They do, because I search the hashtag every night before I go to sleep. I'm like, all right, who made a good post? And I'm not even lying. This is true.
Yeah.
I'm like, who made a good post so we can actually show it on the broadcast? So, well, just saying, use the hashtag.
Hey, use the hashtag, take a quick selfie, show us how you're doing it, and hopefully we can go ahead and put you on the show to, see all of y'all's wonderful faces. Looks like we have one. So why don't we go ahead and show it already? See who's going to be able to buzz up out here. Hey, it's Gabby.
Hey.
Gabby? Yo, with the monster.
Let's
Hey.
go.
On the cheetah print blanket. That is how you stay warm right there.
I'm here for all of this.
Yep.
That's a vibe right there.
That is a vibe.
That is, yeah, I like this. I like this
What more do you want
actually.
on a Sunday night? That's how you get it done, Gabby. Big shout out to Gabby, but make sure you go ahead and give her a follow, because you know what? This is what it's all about here. It's all about the community.
Cheers, Gabby. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Well, that was a beautiful, nice social post right there. So why don't we go ahead and show you guys the calendar so you guys can keep up to date and know what is going on here for this tournament. We're off for a whole week as the game gets updated. I hope you guys, I'm so stoked for this next update. Here on the 19th, we'll be back here for Phase 3. And then the 26th on until October will be the league finals. So guys, take this week off, Get your Monster Energies ready. Get your popcorns all ready here for the 19th. We'll be back on the show, and we'll be ready to get it done. Ain't that right, Glitter?
Yes, I am excited. I think this is going to be a good week for all of our teams to do a little bit of reassessment, nail down whatever they need to nail down, fix whatever mistakes need to be fixed, because this is the last opportunity to get some points on the board and put themselves in the top 16 to qualify for finals. Everything comes down to Phase 3.
The VOD reviews. The VOD reviews are going to come in clutch. Hopefully, no more warm-up from a bunch of teams. And for the teams that are towards the bottom, the teams that are looking like more than likely they're not gonna make it to the top 16. You know what? Just give us highlights. Do that spoiler roll that you guys usually like to do. Give us
Hot
that
drop.
spiciness. We'll be ready for it.
Hey, I'm ready for that spiciness. I know that all of you are as well. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes. This is here with 7WG, Glitter Explosion, and Sute and Span Cargo. Shoot them all a follow. And guess what? We will see y'all on the 19th. All right? We'll see y'all then. Take care.
Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round. Gonna give you just a little more. The brother's coming in through the outdoors. Doesn't even know what the beat's for. Gotta get your freaky body on the dance floor. Don't you know you gotta be warm? Gotta find a good thing, have a little fun. And you know you gotta lock it down. Gotta save a little something for the next round.
I've been waiting here for a little while. Keep me on my toes, 'cause that's just his style. Baby, can you make your move? 'Cause we don't have forever. Baby, I could take your pain and turn it into pleasure. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. As time goes by, my love grows stronger. Can you feel it the same way I do? As time goes by, I can't wait any longer. Just say that you'll be with me too. Just say that you'll be, say that you'll be. I'd be there for you whenever you need me.